Can I get a second? Honorable Diterre.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to Comrade Minister and all the colleagues, executives. I move to second Mek Hakilwe for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any alternative view? There's no alternative view. Oh, the DG is here. Welcome, DG, and your team. I see the DDG also, Ngaka. Oh, Makazi. Makazi has also joined. Welcome, Makazi. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
We're on item 3. Apologies, Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson. I did receive an apology from the Office of the Minister that she is not going to join us today because she's acting on water and sanitation. But I think there's some changes there, Chairperson. That was the only apology. Thank you. Bye.
The Minister is here. Thank you very much. Where's the Deputy Minister? Minister, where's the Deputy?
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been struggling to raise my hand as well so that I can just really confirm that Secretariat is correct. We did send an apology, and Chair, I just wanted to rectify that. Initially, the portfolio was supposed to start now at 9, but it starts at 9:30, and I felt it is best for me to come home, and even if it's for 30 minutes, it wouldn't be too bad than an apology now that the meeting I was scheduled to attend is running behind schedule, 30 minutes behind schedule. Chair, the Deputy Minister is attending a joint cluster meeting of ESAID on behalf of the department with the GSKIT. On the table in the main day, we are making considerations for the link up of NSFAS and students who are coming from the social sector service. You will know that, informed by our policy, we build houses for needy people who have children. So we're trying to see as government if the system can be able to identify as you give SASA or a grant as you give a house, if it's the same child, and we begin to plan better. So that cluster started at 8:30, Chair, and the Deputy Minister is representing all of us there in that joint cluster.
Okay.
Yes.
But thank you, Minister, for your reconsideration and
thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Maybe without any waste of time, because I know you are also holding the fort in water and sanitation. Just to say, we had a very fulfilling oversight last week. We were in Northwest and ultimately ended up in Gauteng, Slovo Park. It was fruitful, we learned a lot, but we also learned, Minister, that there are a lot of blocked projects in Northwest. And I think we need to pay special attention to that. And as a committee, we also suspect there is overcommitment in Northwest on this project. So it's something that we need to look at so that we assist one another with regard to that. In Slovo Park, the committee is happy with the progress. The MEC was there, reported progress. The MMC for Human Settlement in Johannesburg City also reported progress. That is something that we just need to follow up and monitor. For now, I think Secretariat, you will finalize the report of Northwest, especially the emphasis on resolutions that we have taken and the due dates. The issue of the Mawika 4, those petitioners. I think the Mr. Khaso one is almost finalized. Although the department had to submit to NHBRC so that NHBRC can start enrolling the project. However, I got a message from Ms. Kakile about one petitioner whose side was allocated, but it seems somebody else is building on the side and has already extended a fence. Maybe in the meantime, DG or DDG Ngaka, I think I forwarded that message to DDG Ngaka just to verify, and if we can get a response before we close the meeting on that matter, just verify with the city of Tshwane. Thanks very much. Having said that, so that we don't spend a lot of time and give the minister an opportunity to talk to us before she leaves, let me give the minister. We're on item 5. The minister will do her opening remarks and continue with the presentation led by the DG. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much once more, Chair, and good morning again to honorable members. Chair, I'm hoping to be getting relief from water and sanitation as of the 2nd of November. And I think the load will get much better, but it has been a very difficult past 3 weeks. But Minister Majodina, what is of comfort is that she's getting stronger health-wise day by day, and the President anticipates that she should be back at work at the beginning of November. Chair, I've noted, firstly, with appreciation, just a brief report on the visit to the Northwest. I know we are not going to dwell into it, but DG, I'm sure, as if an opportunity arises, can also be able to give a bit of a brief. Chair, upon receiving the business plans of both Free State and Northwest, amongst others, honorable members will recall that we then went back with the DG to meet the MECs on both provinces with an emphasis that they need to at least structure their business plan, even if it's 60-40 at the minimum or 80-20 at the maximum of dealing with blood projects. And DG and HOD have made a great deal of progress in both these provinces. So the emphasis is on blocked projects. So we reviewed the business plan and we took a large chunk of what we could be able to do. And I think once at the technical level that it has been concluded, and I know DG has done that already, we could be able to share with honorable members. And I think your observation of overcommitment, particularly in Northwest, still stands true, because some of the block projects, actually houses were completed, but services, bulk in particular. If DG may correct me, if in the review I still remember my figures from the top of my head, we then reallocated and trying to cater for about 8 or 9 blocked projects in the review that they were supposed to do, to rather assist in one way or the other. In some instances, it will be a 3-kilometer or so pipeline of bulk to connect the houses to sewer, and quite a number of those block projects in the Northwest. We did the same with the Free State as well. And there was good cooperation and discussion between myself and my colleagues who are MECs, and I remain very much grateful and appreciative. We have the same type of discussions with the province of Gauteng and Western Cape and Mpumalanga. So we hope we will be concluding and show sign of progress. The issue of Mawiga, we'll check it. We have noted it, but DG, if time permits as well, can actually also add, not only with the 4 petitioners, but what we are trying to do overall, and we're going back to cabinet for some of the ratification, not necessarily ratification, but there was a resolution on what was resolved in the 5th administration, if I'm not wrong, in relation to Mawiga, Hlanu and them. But we have been having challenges with Northwest in particular, provincial government, and their housing agents in terms of fulfilling that mandate. We still believe and firmly believe, as the initial discussion and the resolution of the 5th administration, that those houses needs to rather be at a very nominal exchange fee, but be donated or given to the people who have used them since time immemorial. But we will obviously be able to give a full brief to the committee in terms of the progress that would have been made. As I'm saying, if time allows, DG can also, of course, not losing the essence of what the portfolio is about today, if it's possible. If not, Chair, we remain ready at any moment to come, as we are doing today on emergency housing, to brief the portfolio on what really is our strategy and our plan and thought. The DG will take us through into the presentation, but I think of importance for us, we felt we need to look jointly with the committee. Firstly, they are aware on the types of the interventions that we have, from building materials to TRUs. What is the policy? What are the areas where we are facing major disasters? In the main, we have got Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, with the Gauteng trailing slightly behind them. A bit of stability in the other 5 provinces, with financial year where no report has been received in Free State, Limpopo, and such. So I think, Chair, I'm going to hand over without any waste of time, so that I could also get a push in a bit, maybe for 15 minutes that remains, into the presentation as the DG will be taking us through. But I would like to appreciate the members of the committee for the guidance they always give. And that is why, to me, Chair, if at any given time an opportunity arises, even if it means I join for 10, 15 minutes, I'll never say I'm not coming because I had send an apology earlier on. But when I realized arriving here at the offices that we are now running 30 minutes behind schedule, I opted to rather come, Chair, and spend a bit of time with members and then go and join on the functions that I've been assigned by yourselves. I think the slide will also touch on APTs, and possibly, if it's a possibility, DDG Dumalisile will touch a little bit on the possibilities of the summit, which we have been planning for September, but requested by the presidency, and we are back on the planning table for the beginning of February with them. To ensure that it is hosted. The presidency has shown interest in attending and has requested, as I indicated, earlier on that date, or the possibility around that February, March, and we thought it is also of importance that we accommodate that. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. With your permission, I will request that the DG take us through the presentation that has been prepared for honorable members of the portfolio to engage with the Department on Emergency Housing and our strategy and frameworks on disaster, but also our preparation as well for disasters to come. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. As the DG prepares to take over, at some stage, Minister will also, because when we were in Northwest, we went to a site that was under dispute. I think it's Marang. So it means in Northwest, Free State, and to a lesser extent, KZN. There are also block projects that belong to SHRA. We'll create time to talk about those. In the meantime, we can just alert SHRA to prepare and tell us how many. We're not sure for now how many projects are blocked. If they can tell us how many projects are blocked, where are they, what is the plan to unblock those projects, because we can't leave them like that. In Marang, I'm told government has already put in 150 plus million, but we can't abandon that project. And the mayor of Mafikeng says that they really need that project as part of their Marang precinct. But those are the issues that will create an opportunity in our program to make sure that we talk about them. Thanks very much, Minister. Let me give the DG an opportunity to present to us. DG?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the Honorable the Minister, and also good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as my colleagues in the department and also in Parliament. Chairperson, our presentation this morning has been on what the committee directed us to. The committee, it's on the emergency housing response, and just as a precursor to that, we confirm, Chair, the directive of the Minister that we actually bring to the Portfolio Committee a briefing note and presentation on the matters of Northwest, as Chairperson has highlighted them, and just to confirm that indeed we are working with them with block projects, and also to just reconfirm that indeed, Chair, they are overcommitted, as Minister does indicate, and just so Chairperson confirm that we have indeed made progress with them. When we started working with the Northwest 2 years ago on this challenge, their commitments were 6 times to their annual budget. We have, over the last 2 years, managed to whittle down to where their exposure is 1:3 in terms of exposure to commitments vis-a-vis what your inflow of cash by budget is on a year-to-year basis. And our plan was to reduce it further to 1:2 by the end of the current financial year, and to bring it to neutral in the 26-27 financial year. So we have been at it with them, and we are happy with the progress we see. Obviously, from a point of view, no one should have ever been allowed to arrive at a 1-6 scenario, but we are where we are, and we confirm that indeed we are working with them. We have also indexed all the blocked projects they have in the province, and we have a recordal of all of them. And we have also been doing a run on them in terms of what is the gap analysis to get them back into stream. And we had chosen, you would believe, Chair, that in the current thing, as Minister points out, 9 of the projects, we picked the ones that required heavy bulk so that we do the heavy lifting early on, so that we remain with ones that we can finish off in the outer years in terms of the planning cycle. We had asked them for a 3-year plan, but we couldn't do it in 3 years, and they showed us that they can actually, they were requesting to do it over a 5-year period, but we were able to agree on a 4-year turnaround plan. And I think that's what we are working on. We are implementing that plan in essence, and that's why we have reviewed their business plan to make sure that they are allocating money to the block projects and not start new ones. And I think that has been the spirit with which we have been at it. And we also confirm with the SHRA one, there are 11 troubled projects in SHRA. We too are working with them. And even just yesterday, Chair, I think you are like a Sangoma chairperson, because just yesterday we were meeting with the acting CEO and the executives of SHRA just to look at profiling those specific ones in terms of how much each of them would need to require and what financial instruments can we utilize to do that. We believe we are ready. There will be a further bilateral after they have made changes to that. We can come to Parliament. If we're given a lead time of at least 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we think that would have been done with what we need to do. And we then would be ready to brief the portfolio committee in terms of the direct interventions we're making to turn that situation around and to get those. And we have also realized that it will not be a one-size-fits-all, but we need a plan for all the 9, and we are working on individualized plans for all the 9 troubled projects in the SHRA portfolio. Thank you, Chair. Then with that, Chair, if you agree, we have discussed ourselves in the department, and I've agreed that the DDG currently holding the fort in informal settlements, DDG Dumalisile will make a presentation on behalf of management. Thank you, Chair. With your indulgence, I would wish to invite her to then present before the portfolio committee on our behalf. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, greetings to the honorable members, the honorable minister, the DG and the colleagues. Chair, please pardon me. I'm busy fiddling with the computer here, trying to switch on my camera, but it looks like technology is failing me for now. I'll keep on trying. Chair, as indicated by the honorable minister and the DG, the department is presenting to the portfolio committee the emergency housing response program that we are currently responsible for as the National Department of Human Settlements. If we go to the next slide, Kosi, we're just giving a presentation outline. We will be touching on the historical background, the Emergency Housing Response Fund, which is what we are doing currently. We'll also give an account, Chairperson, with regards to the reasons for centralizing the emergency response, and we'll look at our process plan as we respond to disaster incidents in provinces and municipalities. We will share with the members challenges that we have experienced on the ground since we have been responsible for the emergency response, our proposed solutions, the way forward, but we do want to also share with the members our newly approved emergency housing disaster management framework, what is expected of the provinces, how is it going to assist in terms of reducing the turnaround time of our response to some of these disaster incidents. On the next slide, I think I won't dwell much on that. It's basically the legislative framework, what informs what we are doing as the national department together with the provinces and the municipalities. These are the existing prescripts that are assisting us or guiding us to be able to respond to the emergencies. On the next slide, Chair, is the historical background. Where were we and where are we currently? With regards to the emergency housing chair, this is informed by the emergency housing assistance program, which is contained in the Housing Code of 2009, that is still currently running. And out of that, we then had emergency housing grant, which started from April 2018, and it ceased to exist in 2023, end of March. And now currently we are operating using the Emergency Housing Response Fund. We have also prepared the guidelines, and this is what we are doing. It came into existence beginning of April 2023 and is what we are currently using. So the Housing Code, which is currently still on chair, does make provision for the emergency housing program to cater for the housing emergencies. And the guidelines that we have since prepared, they do provide for the implementation thereof in terms of our emergency housing response fund. On the next slide, Chair, this is what we are showing on the emergency housing program, which is more or less a bit of a detail with what I have just shared on the previous slide, as well as the legislative framework. We can move to the next one, the emergency housing grant, which was established to provide for immediate responses. The fundings that was coming from Section 7A and B, and it was also as prescribed in the DORA, which was administered by the department. And these funds were actually dispersed to provinces. They will apply, as well as the municipalities, but they will only apply in instances where you then have the disaster incidents. Now, on the next slide, Chair, we have the Emergency Housing Response Fund, which is the current one. The current one, the funding is with the National Department, excuse me. The current one is with the National Department of Human Settlements. The provinces and the municipalities, as soon as there is a disaster, they notify the National Department, and we will then activate a response in terms of the interventions that we provide. And the last part, Chair, I will leave it for now. There is a slide where I will provide information in detail. The next one is with regards to our emergency housing guidelines. Chair, I do want to indicate that much as we have the Housing Code of 2009, and looking at the fact that we then started implementing the housing program as the National Department in 2003, our guidelines that are actually assisting us are not necessarily part of the Housing Code because they came into existence post the existence of the 2009 Housing Code. However, due to the now white paper that was approved and the consultation processes, ultimately the Act as well as the policy, which is the Housing Code, will then be amended and those will be factored in. And I did indicate that the previous one came into existence in 2018 and it ceased to exist in March 2023, and the new one kicked in April 2023. Chair, on the guidelines, that's what we have on the next slide, Kosi, which is slide 7, the emergency housing guidelines. These guidelines, they assist to provide the process and procedure for implementation, as well as informing our SOPs and the kind of intervention that we should be providing as we respond to the provinces with disaster incidents. Chair, on the next slide, we're trying to give an indication as to what really prompted the National Department to actually engage on this matter, and ultimately then it became a responsibility of the National Department of Human Settlements, which was presented to MINMAC and at that time was endorsed. Now, Eastern Cape in 2019 and 2020 financial year They received an allocation through the application process. They received an allocation of 90.1 million, but they could only spend 54 million out of that, and 36 million then reverted back to National Treasury. This money was applied for by the province on the basis of the incidents, disaster incidents that they experienced at that time, but unfortunately they did not spend all of it, which therefore means that there are households that were affected by the disaster and at that time did not receive the necessary intervention that was required. Similarly, with our Tambo District Municipality, during the financial year of 2021, there was an approval of 41 million out of their own application, and they could not spend it on TRUs. It was meant for TRUs at that time, and that did not happen. Western Cape, same as the other provinces. This happened during 2018-2019. They received an application approval of 84 million. And because we continue to monitor expenditure, and at that time, when we actually tracked the expenditure with regards to this approval, we could see that the 84 million was spent. It was 100% expenditure, but we did not necessarily see the correlating implementation, meaning that it was not spent on what it was intended for. City of Cape Town, 2020-2021 financial year, they applied for money and they received 70.8 and they could not spend it, and they had intended to intervene through the TRUs. That did not happen. The last one, it was Northern Cape, same financial year. They applied and they also received the same amount as City of Cape Town, and that money was not spent. So surely, Chairperson, out of all these challenges that were experienced by these provinces, this then necessitated a decision to say we will continue to have long outstanding areas and households that should have benefited from that funding, and they did not benefit and will continue to create a backlog. And this actually then prompted the view to say, let's centralize it, let's allow National Department to actually respond, so that then at least we are able to respond to all the affected households. And the other reason, Chairperson, other than the under expenditure and non-spending of the provinces, was the fact that the support or intervention that was provided in some of the provinces was discriminatory, in the sense that there will be areas where they have disaster incidents but would not necessarily receive the intended support, and as well as the inordinate delays in responding, which I indicated and demonstrated by virtue of the slow or non-expenditure with regards to what was allocated to some of the provinces. On the next slide, Chairperson, we showing how we are responding as the National Department once this has been triggered as a result of the disaster incident. What happens then, there will be an incident which will occur in one province under a specific municipality. We will be notified. We will be notified through a province or will be notified through the specific municipality. And the notification usually is formal via emails. There has been instances where we would receive calls, but then once we have been notified, we will then dispatch a team that will go and conduct fiscal verification. Now, the team, when they get there, they have to make sure that, one, confirm there is a disaster. Two, they will engage the beneficiaries or household members that are affected by the disaster, working with the municipality that is affected, working with the province, to the extent that there will also be councillors that will be assisting, and in some instances, your ward committee members. Now, they will then prepare a list of the beneficiaries who are meant to receive the necessary intervention. And when they are on the ground, they are able to then indicate what kind of intervention is required in as far as this disaster is concerned. And they will prepare the necessary information working together with the province and the responsible or the affected municipality. On the next one, Chairperson, then once the beneficiary list, not on the next slide, let's stay on that slide, Kosi. Once the beneficiary list has been finalized, the colleagues will then send that request to the office, requesting that we activate the necessary intervention. It may be, if it's informal settlements, then it will be your building materials. In some instances where families have been displaced completely, then it would be the allocation, relocating them to the temporary emergency accommodation. And in some instances, they will indicate that there are needs or there is a need for TRUs. And lastly, Chairperson, then there would be those formal structures that would probably be partially damaged. We will then activate NHBRC to conduct an assessment so that they can give an indication as to what is the magnitude of the damage and the kind of material that is required to assist the affected families to rebuild their structures. The fourth one is what I have just indicated, so that then we are able to finalize and dispatch the necessary material or the required intervention. We are the ones responsible on the last part, which is 5. We are the ones, Chairperson, at National, responsible for procurement of the necessary services to either dispatch the building materials, the TRUs, as well as the temporary emergency accommodation and the services of NHBRC. Then as we move to the next slide, Chairperson, it's issues that I have just mentioned, the types of the interventions that we currently provide. The building material, because then the families that are affected, they need accommodation as soon as possible. We are providing those materials, and the TRUs, in some instances, you do find that, especially in rural areas, that there are existing mud houses that have not yet received attention, because members are aware that this is one of the minister's priorities, the eradication of the inhabitable houses, which is the mud houses. So when they are destroyed, then we're able to provide a TRU with the intention of the responsible province to activate the construction of a proper structure. We also have your temporary emergency accommodation, where we relocate the displaced families to, and in most instances is your B&Bs in provinces, as well as the last one for the formal structures, where I did indicate on the previous slide that we activate the services of NHBRC to conduct the assessment and ultimately give us a report and give an indication as to exactly what is required to assist and rebuild those formal structures that have been partially damaged. Now, Chair, I won't dwell much on the next slide, which is just giving an indication of the exact material that we provide, particularly to the informal settlements that would have been destroyed as a result of floods or fires or any form of incident. This is what we provide to them, that they can actually be able to resettle themselves within a very short space of time. The next slide, Chair, is giving an account in terms of what transpired early this year. The Minister did allude to the first bullet point to say that currently, as we respond to the provinces, we're able to profile 3 provinces that we are convinced that they are disaster prone. The Eastern Cape, the KZN, as well as the Western Cape, they remain the challenge and they are receiving the necessary attention. Members would recall that in June this year, there were disasters in the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape was hard hit with those floods, as well as the province of KZN. Chair, I do want to indicate that we have responded in the Eastern Cape, and we have also responded in the KZN. However, I want to mention that, Chair, there are instances, and I think this will also come up on the challenges that we would want to share with the members. We do want to indicate, Chair, that there are instances where the response is actually delayed, and this is as a result of municipalities not having alternative suitable land where they can relocate displaced family members so that we can provide the necessary TRUs. That creates a bit of a challenge in terms of our turnaround time for responding to some of those disaster incidents. In the Western Cape, Chair, we continue to respond to informal settlements fires. We will be having an engagement with the province chairperson to try and understand the long-term plans for some of these informal settlements, chairperson. I'm sure the members are aware that there are those informal settlements that that continuously are affected by fire. Your Danun, your Khayelitsha, your Philip, it happens every now and then, and the city of Cape Town as well as the province will have to give an indication as to what are the long-term plans, and we will hold them accountable for that to make sure that going forward we do provide permanent solutions for these areas. Chairperson, there's one area in Ekurhuleni that was affected as a result of an explosion in one of the houses. And it has affected, I think, close to 87 houses. Some were seriously damaged and some were partially damaged. We then activated the services of NHBRC, and they have since given us a report. And the report then indicated that you actually have three categories of houses that have been damaged. There are houses that were actually situated very close to the house with the explosion where it took place, and those houses are actually damaged. Some are completely damaged and some are partially damaged. We have already started activating the response in terms of providing the TRUs where the houses are fully or completely damaged. You then have a second category of the houses that were not that close, but still close enough to feel the impact of the explosion, and some of them are partially damaged. But then the report does give an indication to say there are those that are partially damaged as a result of the explosion, but there are those that are partially damaged as a result of poor workmanship. And lastly, you have the last category, which was a bit far from the explosion, but did feel an impact. It could have been a bit of a shake. But as a result of the poor workmanship, then you started seeing some cracks appearing on some of the structures, some of the things falling. You do have ceilings as well as your plasters and all that. Now, the report then gives an indication that those houses were not necessarily damaged as a result of the explosion, but they were damaged as a result of the poor workmanship. The agreement that we reached with the city of Ekurhuleni through the DG was such that we will be responsible for the houses that were damaged, partially or completely damaged as a result of the explosion. Those are the ones that were the inner circle of that house with an explosion. Now, all other houses that were damaged or partially damaged as a result of poor workmanship, the city of Ekurhuleni will then be responsible for those houses, and they will have to activate their funding and be able to do the rectification program to make sure that they correct the structural integrity of those houses. Chair, the following provinces did not report any disaster incidents so far. These are the 5 provinces that the minister alluded to. At this point in time, Chairperson, we have not received anything. Chair, I also want to actually put emphasis on the fact that With regards to disaster incidents, once we are made aware, formally so, we are able to respond. There has been instances where we have not been made aware. Municipalities or provinces did not make us aware, and the information will be brought to our attention very late when it's already far in terms of the disaster. But we still respond to that, which then affects our turnaround time in terms of our responses. On the next slide, Chair, we are showing the specifications with regards to the temporary residential units, what we normally call the TRU. We are building the 30 square meter TRU with those specifications. We gave an account in terms of the material, your fiber cement boards and all that, as well as the additional specifications in terms of what should be on the ground, what we expect at the end of the day. These will then be erected by the service providers, and immediately after that, from the department, our colleagues who are engineers will then go on the ground, verify what has been erected on the ground by the service provider as to whether it does actually comply with the specifications that we have allocated to them. And when it complies, then they will certify it compliant. If it doesn't, they will request them to actually fix whatever is non-compliant before this can be allocated to the beneficiaries. And lastly, we have the last layer, which is meant to assist with the controls and close all other gaps. There'll always be a team that is dispatched from finance before a payment is issued to a service provider, and make sure that the intended beneficiaries that they find inside the unit that has been allocated is actually the intended beneficiary. We will confirm on the basis of the list, and we'll make sure that they have the right ID, and we'll make sure that the correct stand is allocated. We have gone to an extent of making sure that those TRUs are actually marked. If a stand is 105, it's marked 105, and on the list 105 should actually be allocated to Ngaka Dumalisile and not someone else. But in instances where there were severe disasters and ultimately after some time the intended beneficiary has since passed, then the municipality that was affected will request and ask for permission from the DG to actually replace, and that replacement will then be endorsed by the DG depending on the circumstances. On the next slide, Chairperson, we are showing another type of intervention, which is the temporary emergency accommodation, where we pay $450 per person, and it's only for accommodation. We do not provide meals, Chairperson, because we understand that as we respond to disaster incidents as government, we have other sectors that are responsible for other interventions, like food parcels from social development. So we prioritize shelter, and the other departments will then prioritize the rest of the required interventions. And lastly, Chair, is the NHBRC. I did go to town with regards to what they do. And there are instances where the expectation is self-repair, particularly with the formal structures. The report from NHBRC will actually indicate, and they'll also indicate the material that is required. We will provide that material, and the members of the household will then activate the self-repair process. Chair, in ramping up the capacity for us to be able to deliver as the national department, as well as mitigating the possible corruption, we are currently busy with a panel of contractors, particularly with regards to the repairs, and make sure that at least we vet the contractors and we know that they can be able to provide the necessary support as and when we require such. On the next slide, Chair, I did indicate that we will be sharing with the members some of the challenges that we have been experiencing on the ground since we have been responsible for responding to disaster incidents. The lack of land in municipalities, Chair, where there is no land available for alternative accommodation, and especially when there is a disaster and there is a need to resettle the family members, has created serious challenges. I did indicate to that, and it does continue to create challenges. As a result, we find that we don't respond on time to resettle the affected families because the municipalities are still trying to locate a suitable land, Chairperson. And one of the reasons why it takes forever is to avoid a situation where we will be, municipalities will identify land and we settle the affected households, but later on we discover that that land is not suitable and there are challenges, and then we are back to square one. So it does take a bit of time for them to assist in that regard. There's also a challenge of prolonged stay in temporary emergency accommodation, and it actually ties back to what I said, which is the lack of land availability in the municipal space, which then leaves us in a situation where it becomes challenging to terminate the arrangements whilst the municipalities have not provided an alternative land for us to resettle the affected members. The lack of designated evacuation centers is also another challenge because we want to make sure that we completely do away with the mass facilities, Chairperson. The instances where they move to mass facilities, we minimize their stay there because then we quickly activate the temporary emergency accommodation to make sure that at least they are in spaces where they can have the necessary services with regards to your ablution facilities, water, electricity, and all that. On the next one, we are actually acknowledging that there has been instances, and we continue to improve in that regard. There has been instances where we're slow to respond as a result of the service providers that were slow to actually provide the required intervention. We have had engagements with them previously, and there has been an improvement. There is lack of awareness with the communities with regards to the impact of the disasters, particularly the floods and the fires. And Chair, we are looking at training the ward committees, traditional leaders, as well as partnering with the Working in Fire, which is your EPWP program. And the people residing in below the flood lines, Chair, we want to make sure that we intensify the relocation of the disaster-prone areas so that at least people are settled in proper areas. On the next slide, Chair, I did speak to the chronic shack fires in informal settlements, particularly in the Western Cape. Our informal settlement upgrading program, Chair, does actually allow for reblocking of informal settlements. And we see this as a mitigation when it comes to the disaster, particularly with the fires, because currently the informal settlements, Chair, there is no space in between, and it's easy for when one shack catches fire, then it just moves to the next one quickly. But if we have, if they are reblocked, then the space in between, Chair, can serve as fire bands, so that then at least the fire remains with just one shack and it doesn't actually quickly move to the next one. We want to also have fireballs, Chair, as another intervention. We will be piloting those. The DG has given us thumbs up to proceed in as far as that is concerned, so that we can be able to mitigate the current challenges that we are experiencing with the continuous the shack fires in informal settlements. On the disaster mitigation, Chair, we're busy developing a disaster preparedness plan. Kosi, it's slide 18. We're busy preparing the disaster preparedness plan. Chair, we are going to work with the National Disaster Management Center. We want to make sure that our plan is aligned to their plan. And if it's aligned to their plan, then invariably it will align to the provincial plans as well as the district disaster management centers, so that the responses should be seamless going forward. And we're looking at geomapping informal settlements as well as the traditional areas. We have started with the geomapping of some of the informal settlements. We have partnered with our entity, the HDA. They have geomapped quite a number of them. We want to know where these areas are, which ones are disaster-prone areas, and how are they structured on the ground, so that we can be able to encourage the responsible municipalities and provinces to be quick in terms of the informal settlements upgrading. With the traditional areas, Chairperson, especially the rural areas, and I think in this instance, I can give an example of KZN and Eastern Cape. Members are aware of the geographical makeup of those provinces and the allocation of sites. The traditional authorities, they allocate sites. They do not have the proper knowledge as to whether where they allocate site for you is a suitable area for you to settle. And we want to then do geomapping and provide them with that information so that it assists them in their decision making when it comes to development of their areas as well as the settlement of their areas. And we want to continue, Chairperson, with the disaster awareness sessions, especially in the areas that continue to be affected by disasters, so that we provide the necessary education and awareness for them to also assist with regards to the responses to those incidents. I spoke to the proposed fireballs in informal settlements and the partnering with working on fire. Chair, we also want to train community leaders and traditional authorities so that they can be able to minimize the impact of the disasters by responding quickly. The proposed response solution, Chairperson, that we have put in place on slide 19, Kosi. Chair, we want to make sure that we have a number of properties in every province and metros, which will be renovated. They should be government-owned buildings, and renovate them, repurpose them for the temporary emergency accommodation in instances where there are disasters and families are displaced. We can then accommodate them in these facilities. We also, Chairperson, are in the process of, we are working with Public Works. We want to, not this one, we want to pre-accredit the existing facilities, Chair, in provinces, especially the disaster-prone ones, and make sure that as and when there are disasters, Chair, we have been battling with the BNBs. They take forever, we negotiate, and time is not on our side. But once we pre-accredit them, then at least we know that they are on our list, they are on our database. All we can do then is to activate them, provided they are available at that time, and we can then quickly move families and resettle them temporarily in those areas. Chair, we're considering implementing differentiated TRU solutions. Please stay on the previous one. We're considering implementing differentiated TRU solutions for post-disaster incidents. There is quite a lot that is on the market at this stage, and we want to explore, Chairperson, but ultimately where we're going, I think there is a slide, I will talk to that. Ultimately where we're going, Chairperson, we want to do away with the TRUs and be in a position to respond to disasters with a proper structure, using the high capacity contractors that can actually be able to provide houses, a number of houses within a very short space of time. And when we say a short space of time, it shouldn't be a month, it should be a week and a half possibly, so that then at least we can resettle members in proper structures and not TRUs anymore. But in the meantime, whilst we are exploring, we are intending to actually consider Eastern Cape as a pilot. We will continue using the TRUs up until we have tested the the pilot with the province of Eastern Cape. Lastly, Chairperson, we are considering registering this, the emergency response program with EPWP. It is a labor-intensive program, and the intention ultimately, Chairperson, is to identify CLOs in every province, and we train them to make sure that as and when there is a disaster, we can just activate them. They would be in those specific provinces and they can assist with the preliminary processes before the actual supply of the necessary intervention. This will improve our turnaround time drastically, Chairperson, once we get it right. So that's basically where we are going as a long-term plan. On the next one, Chair, we're showing who is responsible for what, and I think I did allude to this at the beginning of the presentation, where municipalities will then notify the department within 24 hours after the disaster has occurred, and immediately we will then conduct an assessment, also working with the provincial disaster management centers up to a point where we are able to provide the necessary intervention. The provinces, on the next one, the provinces are expected to do the same, Chairperson, to notify the national department. They also support the national department with the assessment and the fiscal verification that the department does actually undertake, and they are expected to then maintain a register or a database of the areas that were affected by incident, and they assist with the monitoring. And lastly, on the next one, Chair, we're showing our responsibility as the national department, where we manage and administer the program. We are the ones, like I said earlier on, that would appoint the service providers, and we play a coordination role. And up to the point where, Chairperson, we provide the necessary intervention. Chair, we have recently submitted, on the next slide, because we have recently submitted the Emergency Housing Disaster Management Framework. This was presented to MINMEC, the Human Settlements MINMEC, and it was approved. And what it means, Chair, is that there is work that will actually be devolved to provinces to be able to respond to some of the disaster incidents. When you look at this table, Chair, we're giving an indication of the types of disasters and the number of affected households. Then provinces and municipalities can be able to respond accordingly. Now, when you look at the repairs, the assessment of formal structures in terms of the intervention, if a disaster impact is identified or declared as minimal, then we are looking at, or we define it as where 1 up to 20 households are actually affected. The province can be able to respond, as well as the municipalities, the metro municipality. Similarly, with the temporal relocation, you have the same, and you also have what we can declare as a minor disaster impact. A minor disaster impact is when we are looking at the number of households affected, which would be between 21 and 50 households that are affected. The provinces as well as the metros will then be expected to intervene and respond. Now, in instances where there is temporary relocation or TRUs, Chair, it is expected that we should provide interim services, and our housing code does actually provide guidelines there. It says a ratio of 1 to 25 in terms of the standpipe, and a ratio of 1 to 5 in terms of the portable toilets. And provinces and municipalities will then be expected to provide those temporary services. On the side of rebuilding, this is where we're looking at the disaster impact that is declared as significant. If it's significant, it then means that the household that are affected, they are between 51 and 100. The National Department will then step in and provide the necessary support to the affected municipalities and provinces. The last one is the permanent relocation. If the disaster impact is severe, that would be then 100 and above. That will still be the responsibility of the National Department, as we are currently doing. The next slide then gives an indication of how these interventions by municipalities and metros and provinces will be funded. That framework, Chairperson, also has this funding model where they will be allowed to use 1% of their current informal settlement upgrading program, partnership program, that they will set aside for responding to the disasters. Both the provinces and the metros do get this allocation. They will be able to respond accordingly. There are provinces, Chairperson, that don't have metros, then they will be allowed to use 1% of their HSDG to respond accordingly. On the next slide, Chair, we're showing the financial implications of the interventions that are provided. The TRUs, the building materials and the repairs, that's what you have in terms of the emergency housing fund. The interventions with regards to the building materials, this is what is provided, particularly to the informal settlements when there are fires. The building material, we did give a breakdown or specification of the building materials in one slide, and this is what it costs per unit. With regards to the land acquisition and relocation, which can be provided under the ISUPG for temporary residential units, I did indicate earlier on that we provide the 30 square meters, and this is what it costs, which is 97,000. And the allocation on the HSDG as on the temporary emergency accommodation, these are your BNGs, and the other form of not BNGs, rather BNBs, and the other form of accommodation, it's 450 Rand per day per person, and only accommodation. And lastly, the USDG, which is actually received by the metros, which can also be used for repairs, Chairperson. The repairs, we can only go up to 97,000, which is the same quantum as the TRU. Chair, we can't go beyond that. When you look at some of the houses, then they go beyond the 97, but the affected households are actually made aware of what government can and cannot provide in terms of the intervention, particularly with the formal structures. On the last slide, Chairperson, we're showing the way forward and saying in our effort, Chair, to enhance service delivery and also be able to be responsive when it comes to disaster incidents, we are considering, Chair, as I said, having a pilot where we will intervene with a 40 square meter house as a permanent solution from the onset, which therefore means that we will not be relocating you anymore. We will not be providing you with a TRU or a building material. We will be providing you with a formal structure, and you will be settled once and for all. And hence we are saying when a disaster has occurred, we are really hoping that we will be able to make sure that within days, then the affected families will have a proper structure. Similarly to what the members saw in, I think it's Dielpan, which is what was done by the province, and be able to settle the members straight from the affected areas to a permanent structure, utilizing ABTs or brick and mortar, Chairperson. And this obviously, as said earlier on, the intention is to do away with the TRUs, and this will actually assist in making sure that we have more than enough in terms of the funding. At this stage, we provide a TRU, which is a 97,000, and ultimately then we will still provide you with a BNG, which is your 187. That becomes too costly in terms of what we are providing as intervention to the needy families. Chair, we are recommending to Portfolio Committee that they should note the presentation in terms of the work that we do in partnership with the provinces and the municipalities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, there is a presentation. Can we engage with the presentation? Honorable Poole, followed by Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Kegakilwe.
Myself, I still have a problem.
Honorable Gamede will come after Honorable Kegakilwe. Honorable Makakula. And then the last one will be Honorable Abada. I don't see other hands. Let me give you 5 minutes each. Honorable Poole, you can start.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Minister and team, DJ and his team. Honorable members, good morning. Chair, yes, I welcome the presentation outlines how the Department Human Settlements responds to housing emergency, such as floods, fires, and structural collapses through the emergency housing program, the emergency housing grant, and the newer emergency housing response. Still, they highlight challenges, underspending and slow provincial delivery. They highlight duplication between DHS provinces and municipalities, weak beneficiary verification systems, inconsistent NHBRC structural assessments, political interference in site prioritization. And they propose solutions like renovate and pre-accredited public buildings for TEA use, train provincial CLOs under EPW to speed up disaster response. They also alluded to a pilot for this permitted permanent house using ABTs instead of DRUs to save cost and time. And they have a way forward, fully centralized NDHS disaster function under the emerging housing disaster management framework. And they also propose strengthening risk mitigation data system and coordination with disaster management centers. And all of this is good, but the reality on the ground is far from good, especially with our lately oversight visit as a committee to Northwest province. That brings me to 3 major questions. 1, on accountability and centralization. Given that the emergency housing response fund was centralized to stop underspending and political discrimination, what concrete measures are in place to prevent the same delays and underspending from happening within your own national department? And how do you intend to hold provincial officials accountable when their inaction prolongs human suffering after disasters? 2, on value for money and quality assurance. We've seen temporary residential units collapse or degrade within months of installation during oversight visits. How is the department ensuring quality control and NHBRC certification of TRUs before payment? And will the proposed 40 square meters permanent ABT houses finally replace the revolving door of poor quality temporary shelters? And 3, on integration with title deeds and long-term housing. Many beneficiaries of emergency housing end up stuck in temporary accommodation for years without title deeds or transition plans. How does the department ensure that emergency housing is linked to permanent settlement, planning, and land tenure security, rather than becoming another long-term backlog under a different name? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm requesting to keep my camera off, not to disrespect the committee. I'm completely disorganized by the fact that we've had a water cut in Acacia Park. So for my dignity, to keep the camera off. Greetings to the colleagues that are present in the meeting. And we are happy that you are all back and safe from your, on our behalf, of course, the oversight in Northwest. From what we're hearing from colleagues, that it was very productive. And we want to thank you then for your availability to be there. My questions to the DDG first, I'm going to ask that, can she please go back to the slide where we speak about the funding model? I need clarity there as to how the funding is dispersed to municipalities that don't have metros, because we have had concerns of there not being a balanced attention to municipalities that don't have metros when it comes to response of matters that have to do with disaster emergencies. But then the other questions are, what measures has the department put in place to ensure that the Housing Response Fund are released promptly to provinces and municipalities when disasters are strike? Whether the department has undertaken a feasibility assessment or pilot program in decentralizing the fund to determine its effectiveness in improving turnaround times and community impact. And then we'd also like to know what is the average turnaround time between the declaration of an emergency and when the funds are dispersed to municipalities. And maybe if you can take us through a more practical approach as to when the municipalities notify the Department of Emergencies, does it go to one central email and then it goes to whoever it's relevant to? So maybe a practical undertaking as to who receives the information, and then thereafter, how is the deployment of duties then done between the department and provinces? And has there been a review or audit on the efficiency of the funds in terms of timeline in responding to emergencies? And has there been any findings that you can share with the committee? And what are the main bottlenecks of administrative hurdles causing the delays in emergency funds? So I think it was highlighted that sometimes municipalities do not inform the department, and you have other ways to you find out information. And in those cases, are there instances where the department itself goes and approaches municipalities instead of the outlined framework of saying that the municipalities must be the ones to inform the department? In instances where the municipalities don't find out, and maybe you find out through the media or community members contact the department directly, and then what is then the communication line between the department and those municipalities? And has the department engaged National Treasury in terms of the streamline in the processes of the PFMA in the delaying of the disbursement of the funds? And then what tracking mechanisms are used by the department to monitor the lifespan of the occupation of TRUs? And what tools do you use to monitor weather patterns for disasters? So the Western Cape would know that they've got fire disasters, flood disasters as well. Who monitors? Is there a specific person in the department who's given the duty to monitor those patterns? And then you already have funds set aside for just in case probabilities as well. And then in terms of available land in municipalities, does HDA conduct studies on what is available in municipalities by approaching the municipalities themselves? Is there a proactive mechanism to approach municipalities that have not approached HDA in terms of to see what land is available? That's it on my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DG and DDG. DDG. DG.
Chairperson, I think the DDG must go first, then I will come and answer the others.
DDG.
Calling the DG. My apologies for the delay. Chair, I think I do want to indicate, but I hope the DG did capture some of them. Honorable Dlamini had quite a number of them and he went too fast. But in the event, we actually missed some of the questions she raised. Hopefully she will then be able to assist in that regard. Chair, the honorable Pool is actually asking how are we going to make sure that there is no under expenditure from our side as well as the provinces and municipalities. What we actually gave as an indication on the presentation, Honorable, is what actually happened previously, which then necessitated the decision to centralize. What we are going to do now, what we presented on the framework where we're saying provinces will be responding and municipalities will be responding to the minor and the other impacts. It's what we are going to do starting from the 1st of November this year, 2025, as a result of MINMEC having approved that framework. Now, members would actually, just to remind the members quickly, in terms of the conditional grants, you have the provinces with no metros that are receiving the HSDG, and they provide a support to every area of their municipalities. They are also receiving your informal settlement upgrading partnership grant, and they cover all the municipalities irrespective. Now, where we're saying they will be using 1% of their allocation, that 1% will be covering every area. And we hold them accountable because this is money that would have been dispersed to them based on the business plans, and on the business plans, they'll be expected to factor in the possibilities of the response to disasters. And from time to time, on a quarterly basis, we then monitor what has happened on the ground in terms of the expenditure, and we hold them accountable, which is the information that we present to the portfolio committee from time to time, where we are showing who was allocated what and what was spent and what did they spend it on. So we will continue holding them accountable, Honorable Pool. The defects on the TRUs, I did indicate, Chairperson, to say what we are doing. We do have engineers, and we have added on the engineers that we have in the department from HDA, and we want to make sure that one, the type of the TRUs that the service providers do erect on the ground does actually comply to our specifications. Number two, once they have completed erecting those TRUs, we then dispatch from National our engineers to go on the ground to certify the work that they have done. What they do, one, they then compare what is on the ground with what we have requested. Have they met all the minimum requirements in terms of the specifications? They have from time to time identified defects of the TRUs. And in those instances, that TRU is not certified by the engineers. They will then develop a snack list and request the service provider to actually correct everything that is actually not right, all the defects, before they can certify and before it can be handed over to the intended beneficiary. So we are actually taking care of it. Yes, we acknowledge the fact that there could be those, the old ones, where you still have the beneficiaries, as indicated by Honorable Pool, who are still there, and they have actually dilapidated with time. And that's the reason why Honorable Poole, I think he is indicating if there's an intention to provide a permanent solution. We did allude to that. It is contained in our presentation to say we want to pilot that in Eastern Cape, where we want to do away completely in the long term with the provision of TRUs. What we want is to partner with the high capacity contractors who are in a position to deliver a large number of units, 40 square meters, brick and mortar, within a very short space of time once the disaster has happened, so that whoever has been affected, the households that have been affected, we then move them straight into the houses than to actually move them into a TRU and later on relocate them to the formal structures. So it is an intention. We are working with Eastern Cape in particular, and we want to pilot that in the Eastern Cape. If we can be able to get it right and master that, then we will roll it out in other provinces. We will obviously learn from how it's done, and we will perfect the system. And once we are happy, Chairperson, we'll then roll it out to other provinces. We haven't started. We are going to pilot it once we are ready, but we are working with the Eastern Cape. And I think the DG would want to elaborate on this. This is his brainchild, and he has made it clear that it has to happen because the members of the community must be given the dignity that they deserve. Honorable Dlamini asked in areas where there are no metros. I think I covered that, Honorable Dlamini. I think, let me give an example that is more or less the same as what is currently happening, Honorable Dlamini. Currently, what is happening with the upgrading of informal settlements, we allocate funding to the metros and we allocate funding to the provinces. We don't allocate funding to other municipalities that are not designated or designated as metros. But that does not mean the municipalities with informal settlements will not benefit. It is the responsibility of that specific province to include all the areas in their business plans. So the funding accommodates for all the municipalities and make sure that they provide the necessary support in all the municipalities. Similarly, with the Emergency Housing Response Fund, Honorable Dlamini, the provinces will then tap into the ISUPG and HSDG so that they can be able to respond to everyone. Every area that was hit by a disaster, irrespective of the municipality, as long as they don't have a metro, then those municipalities will receive the necessary support. No money will be transferred to them, but when a disaster incident occurs in their area, then they will be assisted. Who receives the information in the department? The information, we have a unit, Honorable Dlamini, where the colleagues actually, the information is sent to the colleagues, and the colleagues will then engage with the specific municipality and the province, and immediately after that, then we dispatch the colleagues. We have the CLOs who are with us on contract. They have been allocated specific provinces. Whenever it actually happens in a specific province, then that responsible CLO is the one who will actually be dispatched. Unless then they are busy in another area within that particular province, then we assist and augment the capacity to make sure that we are able to respond to that municipality. There has been instances where municipalities have not actually reported an incident. I did allude to that, have not reported the incident to us. We then become aware of that incident through community members. Once we become aware of that, we bring it to the attention of the municipality so that they can then be able to prepare the necessary documentation and submit it. Whilst they are preparing that information, we immediately dispatch a CLO to go and engage with the person who actually reported and verify the incident on the ground. And once the incident is confirmed, we also give that information to the municipality. There has been instances where we dispatch a CLO to go and verify, and then the verification process is actually done by both the CLO and an official from the municipality, and they submit the necessary documentation for us to be able to activate the necessary intervention. The tools to monitor the weather status, Honorable Dlamini, we are part of the group that receives information from the Weather Bureau. We are notified from time to time. They do send us the weather. The DG does receive that information as well. When the forecasting give us an indication that there is a possibility of floods in certain areas, then we engage the responsible provinces to be on the alert. And once that is happening, then at least we are able to respond. The DG has actually made it clear that once we receive those alerts, there is no need for us not to dispatch CLOs to be in that particular area in the meantime, waiting to actually respond quickly once the incident occurs. There has been incidents where there was a forecast that was anticipating that there would be a disaster, and the impact was not that severe or not even minor. The availability of land, Chair, the municipalities and the provinces do actually, especially the municipalities, do identify land. Yes, there is work, and I understand where the honourable member is coming from, given the mandate of the HDA when it comes to the land assembly mandate. They have actually worked with public works in some instances to identify the available state land, but there has been instances where the municipality in those specific areas do not have the available land. Members should actually be aware that there would be challenges from time to time where the community members or the displaced households do not want to actually relocate far from where they are or where they actually had their properties due to quite a number of issues. The inconvenience in terms of traveling to work, the inconvenience in terms of the availability of school and other social amenities, and they would still want to remain where they are. There are instances where members flatly refuse to actually be moved to other areas. So in instances where an incident hit in area A and members don't want to move away from area A, you do find a situation where the municipality does not have an alternative land in area A, which then makes it very difficult to provide the necessary response in those areas. I think I will leave the rest of the issues that I may not have covered for the DG to come in or probably add on what I've just responded to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. DG?
Okay, I think the DDG has answered adequately. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Are you fine, Honorable Poole?
Chair, I think I don't know if I missed it, but my third question was not answered. On the integration with title deeds and long-term housing, many beneficiaries of emergency housing end up stuck in temporary accommodation for years without title deeds or transition plans. How does the department ensure that emergency housing is linked to permanent settlement planning and land tenure security, rather than becoming another long-term backlog under a different name? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dlamini, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, it will be the emphasis on the average turnaround time between the declaration of an emergency and when the funds are actually released. I don't think I'm satisfied with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DDG? DDG? Continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Chair, I'll start with Honorable Zamini on the turnaround time. Honorable Zamini, we have given ourselves a turnaround time of 48 hours when the disaster has been brought to our attention. So when that has not been brought to our attention, as soon as it is brought to our attention, then we respond to that. What I indicated, Honorable Zamini, was that we have not dispersed any funding for disaster responses to provinces as yet. The framework will be kicking in for implementation on the 1st of November 2025. But second to that, the provinces will then be expected to factor that in their business plans, because now they will be administering that in terms of the severity or the impact of the disaster as indicated on the presentation. And that will be part of what would have been dispersed to them in the form of the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant or the housing human settlement development grant. So that's what will be dispersed to them as part of those programs. The Honorable Pool Chair, the DG has actually requested that the long-term solution should be part of the planning of the provinces and the metros in terms of these incidents. Yes, we are aware that there are provinces that experienced disasters previously, and you still have those members of the communities still being housed in those temporary structures. And that has been made clear that they have to make sure that they provide for those families. There are instances where they are still battling with the issue of the availability of land. But that's the reason why the DG wants us to pilot the permanent solution and make sure that we don't have a repeat of those. Yes, unfortunately, there are no title deeds for the temporary units, Honorable Pool, but as soon as the provinces would have been able to identify the suitable land, the expectation is that they should relocate those members. There is an intention, as I indicated, to include that as part of planning. It can be part of planning, but unfortunately, at the pace that things are going with regards to the land grab or illegal land occupation, it becomes difficult for provinces to declare a particular area as a vacant land that will be used in the event of disaster. Everybody's grabbing land now, which is one of the reasons why we are amending the PI Act to make sure that we close all the loopholes. But it is expected that the provinces going forward, they will be responsible for that and they will plan for that, Honorable Pool. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm done, Chair.
Thank you very much, DTG. Thank you. Honorable Kagakile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me appreciate the well-informative, simplified presentation from the DDG. When I was reading the presentation, I thought, Raman, this thing is useless. What are we going to discuss here? But when she was presenting, then I could see the importance of the guidelines. So, Chairperson, I have some questions, but I'll be fast. For the Western Cape, they've spent about 84 million, and that money was not used for the TRUs. My first question regarding that 84 million, was the money recovered? If not, is there any intention from the department to recover that money? And then the second question is not a question, it's just a recommendation with regard to, instead of a temporary structure, but building a 40 square meter structure for the affected beneficiaries. Chairperson, I fully support that consideration, but I want it to be implemented, not to be considered for piloting. DDG indicated that they intend to pilot it somewhere go Eastern Cape. It will be appreciated if it can be piloted, and while piloting such a project, I just want to find out if is it not possible for the department now to use some of the houses we saw go Eric Mulobi Hub, because they indicated that after the foundation, it can take them 3 days to finish a house. If we can pilot by using such examples, then I think we will be doing much. There was a house, I've forgotten the name, but the gentleman came and presented to us while we were in Parliament the other day. We were advised that at least he is doing business with the government, meaning that his houses are more, or the company's houses can be afforded by the government. And then the issue, Northwest visit. Chairperson, I just want to say it to the DDG and the DG not to forget the asbestos houses ko Moretele, because we were told there are about 1,000 asbestos houses, and for implementation of eradication of asbestos houses for Northwest, it's 0. And the budget is returned on yearly basis. So, Chair, I propose that when they do replanning for Northwest, consideration must be given for prioritizing the eradication of asbestos houses in Moretele. And then the issue of the disaster, I fully agree, Honorable Member Dlamini, because we have a serious challenges when it comes to the reporting. Like for Northwest, during April, we had disaster, but nothing was reported to the national. I called the province. I was told it's the responsibility of the national. But I even asked them, did you report to the national? Then I did not get any response. But from now onwards, from the presentation, I will know that even the municipality can do the same. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That was my contribution.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gamede.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the presentation notes that the emergency housing guidelines are informed by the emergency housing programs in the National Housing Code and the Division of Revenue Act, but they do not form part of the Housing Code. These guidelines outline the ministerial directives and provide the framework for the current Emergency Housing Response Fund. Since the presentation highlights issues like political discrimination, non-response in certain areas, and inordinate delays, formalizing the guidelines within the legal framework of the National Housing Code would elevate their authority, reduce ambiguity, and also provide a clear legal basis for enforcing compliance and accountability among all spheres of government regarding emergency housing intervention. This also could help addressing concerns about delays by service providers and lack of designated evacuation centers, ensuring that the necessary steps outlined in the guidelines are adhered to rigorously. Honorable Chairperson, given the identified challenge of underspending by provinces and municipalities on previous grants, which led to the centralization of the Emergency Housing Response Fund, What specific or measurable targets and accountability mechanisms are in place within the National Department of Human Settlements to ensure timely and effective displacement and utilization of the decentralized emergency housing response fund to avoid similar issues and delays or political non-response? The last one, Chairperson, the Emergency Housing Disaster Management Framework devolves the responsibility for minimal and minor disaster impact 1 to 50 households to provincial government and metropolitan municipalities, while significant and severe impact 51 plus households are the responsibility for the National Department of Human Settlements. Considering the recurring challenges of lack of land availability for resettlement and prolonged stay in temporary emergency accommodation, which are proposed to be mitigated by local municipalities, how will the National Department of Human Settlement ensure that the lower tiers of provinces and municipalities have the necessary resources and political will to secure land readily for resettlement purposes and prevent protracted temporary emergency accommodation stays for all disaster categories? Chairperson, I would like to stop there. Maybe at a later stage, if time permits, one will come back with a recommendation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. DDG.
Start with the questions that were raised by Honorable Khakile. Chair, with regards to the Western Cape allocation at that time, which was as a result of the incident and application was submitted and approved. The money was not recovered, and they had used it for human settlements related matters. So that's the reason why it was not recovered. The 40 square meter versus the TRU, which I alluded to, because we have not done that, Honorable Khakile, that's why we want to pilot it, and Eastern Cape in particular, because it's one of those 3 provinces that we have since profiled as the disaster-prone provinces. We want to first profile it instead of, rather pilot it instead of just rolling it out to all the municipalities without understanding the intricacies of the process. We don't want to have challenges and you find that we are multiplying the challenges in all the provinces. We would rather do it on a small scale, learn our lessons from there, perfect the process, and then be able to roll it out. But we really appreciate the support from the members that this is the way to go. And we then are expecting the necessary support as we progress with the pilot as well as the implementation later on. Chair, I'm happy that Honorable Khakile is raising the different housing typologies that were constructed using different materials, which they saw at Eric Mulobi Innovation Hub. And I think Honorable Khakile is actually referring to Muladi's unit. Chair, if you look at the presentation is actually saying we will use the ABT or the brick and mortar. Now, the colleague who was taking the members through there did actually indicate that because the construction is using different material, that's why then they call it what they call it. but we will make use of what is available. Obviously, we are familiar with what is happening in the hub, and we will try and make sure that we incorporate everything that we can incorporate. And that's the reason why the minister spoke to that. That's the reason why we also are going for a summit so that we can be able to understand what is available on the market, not only in South Africa, but internationally, to the extent that ultimately, as the department, we can then finally come up with the final product that we will consider as what we can use in the country on the basis of our climate conditions that we are experiencing in South Africa. So the whole intention is to make sure that ultimately that's the way we're going. But in the absence of anything that is contrary to what we have or what we can use, then we will pilot it with brick and mortar. But we are open to venturing into that space, Honorable Gihagile. We note the emphasis with regards to the Northwest matter, which was raised during the Portfolio Committee oversight visit. And we will then work together with the province. What we are aware of, which is also what I did raise with the members, is that provinces are at various stages in terms of the implementation of the ministerial priority program, which is the eradication of the asbestos roofs. There are provinces that were able to respond, and it was as a result of the disasters that they experienced, which is Limpopo and Mpumalanga. And there was an attempt on the side of Free State, and because of the cost implications, they are reviewing their model. The rest of the provinces, they are still busy with the assessment, having employed the services of NHBRC to do the assessment so that they can understand the magnitude of the challenge that they are supposed to be addressing. Some, I think Northwest did indicate that out of the 8,000 houses with asbestos roofs, they were able to conclude the assessment of 3,000 plus, and the expectation is that on their next business plan, they will then include those that have been assessed already. They are continuing with the assessment, and we expect that Moretele local municipality will be one of those areas that will be assessed. They have confirmed in terms of what they presented to the members that they were able to set aside funds for assessment and funds to start with the areas where assessment has been concluded. But we will closely monitor that particular area, Honourable Member, and we will report back to Portfolio Committee as part of the report where we are expected to provide progress on a regular basis with regards to the findings and the recommendations of the members for the oversight visit. Honourable Gamede, on the measurements or what measures do we have in place to monitor expenditure with provinces? I did indicate, I think Honourable Dlamini asked the same question. Now that they will be allowed to respond to those two categories that you mentioned, Honourable Gamede, the allocation of this and disbursement will be part of the existing conditional grants that we are continuously monitoring on a quarterly basis. And in instances where there is no performance, then they receive the necessary support to make sure that they recover. What we should be mindful of, members, is that much as we can set aside a budget so that we can respond as and when there are incidents. Unfortunately, then we don't know when it's going to happen, other than the Weather Bureau that will give us an indication today with the possibility of tomorrow. It's not like the pens that they have with regards to your houses as well as the upgrading of informal settlements. But we will monitor them, the manner in which we're monitoring the current allocations, and what they will use. It will be just a top slicing from the current allocation. Then it will be dedicated for the response to the disasters. I think I missed the question, Honourable Gamede, on the issue of land. My apologies. And I think with Honourable Gehakilwe, there was a matter on the reporting of the disaster. I think those two questions, I didn't capture them properly. I think if time permits, Chairperson, then members can actually raise those questions once more so that we can be able to respond to them. Thank you, Chair.
Are you fine, Honorable Karakilwe?
Chairperson, I am fine. Thank you, and thanks for the responses, DDG.
Honorable Gamede, are you fine?
I can be able to repeat my question, Honorable Chairperson, to the DDG so that I'll also squeeze in my recommendation. On the question that let me repeat, considering the recurring challenges of lack of land availability for resettlement and prolonged stay in temporary emergency accommodations, which are proposed to be mitigated by local municipalities, how will the National Department of Human Settlement ensure that the lower tiers of government in the form of provinces and municipalities have the necessary resources and political will to secure land readily for resettlement purposes and prevent protracted temporary emergency accommodation for all disaster categories? If you may allow me, Chairperson, let me just squeeze in. I would like to recommend that the Department of Human Settlement should formalize the what you call emergency housing guidelines as a binding addendum to the National Housing Code to strengthen their legal standing and ensure uniform and non-discretionary implementation across all provinces and municipalities. I just wanted to make that recommendation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. DDG?
Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Gamede. Chair, I think Honorable Gamede was very considerate. The recommendation does actually cater for that, and I think that's a reason why he's emphasizing that they should be formalized. We note that. But just to indicate that the allocation for provinces and metros in particular on the ISUPG does actually provide allowance for procurement of land. The initial intention, which had nothing to do with the disaster response initially, was for the relocation of the informal settlements, which is typical to what the members observed in Northwest, where when you do the upgrading and you are busy with the reblocking, where they are shifting and making sure that the stands are allocated according to the layout, you will always have an overflow, and they are allowed to actually provide for the overflow by identifying land in instances where the municipality will not be able to actually provide land. So they do have those financial resources, Honorable Gamede. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Magagula? Honorable Magagula? Honorable Abada?
Comrade Chairperson, I'm sorry. It is. I'm using the iPhone, and it's very difficult to use it. You touch it, it takes it on time to respond, but also it deprived me from using camera. So I'll talk from Ebonyamin.
iPhone is for Honorable Dlamini. Just go for Samsung.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. On the issue of training with DDG, which have raised of MSLOs and what committees, I just want to check how many are you intended to train? Are you intending to train from all the informal settlements, and how many per informal settlements? if you're going to do that? What committee members, how many CLOs which you're going to need? And are they going to be from those areas also? And in terms of a job description, Zabo, is I just want to know, because it's not specific, is to attend the emergency when the disaster occurred in the areas, or is it will be a permanent going forward, which will be people will be looking, okay, let me say, they'll be looking generally in all the areas. There'll be a team, maybe if it's from a certain province, there'll be the provincial, or there'll be the regional team, or there'll be the local team looking in all, if they're from the local, looking all the areas of informal settlement in that local area. So, if you can just also assist me in that. But also, it's just unfortunate that the minister is left. I just want to raise the issue of consequences when it comes to the municipalities, which they are not using the money intended for a certain project in their municipalities, because they are causing us, giving us some challenges to not to finish our project. Like who are from the Northwest, we have seen what is happening, but there are monies which were provided before, but they did not do what was intended for. That's why we have sold a lot of houses which were not finished since 2016 to date, and that is causing a problem for the government. People are saying the government is not delivering, while there are certain municipalities which are not delivering, even if they were given some money to do the project. So I think I'll stop the chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abada.
Chair, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to Chairperson, the DG, DDG, and my fellow colleagues and the rest of the delegation. I just want to thank everybody, thank the department for the presentation. But before I start with my questions, I just want to say to the DG, and I don't often say this, so he's probably going to fall off his chair. I'm happy that we are starting new project. We're not starting with new projects until the block projects are completed. It's something that we've been waiting for, and we've been talking about for a while now, that, why we're starting new projects when we have so many block projects. So DG, thank you for championing that. And the DDG said that I welcome the doing away with the TRUs. You guys all know that I'm not a fan of TRUs, because once we place our people in TRUs, that seems to not go anywhere. So thank you for that in the presentation. My questions then, why did it take more than a decade of underspending and political manipulation before the department centralized the emergency housing fund, when the warning signs were evident as early as 2015? How does the NDHS justify the persistent absence of proactive disaster risk planning when the same provinces, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape, face recurring floods and fires year after year? What specific monitoring mechanisms are in place to ensure that emergency housing kits reach the intended beneficiaries and are not redirected, delayed, or used for political favorism at municipal level? And in my comments to the department's interventions remain largely reactive, addressing crisis after devastation, strikes instead of tackling the root causes for unsafe settlements and inadequate infrastructure. The centralization of the fund, while a step forward, still fails to address the systemic lack of accountability among provincial and municipal implementers who contribute to delay reporting and coordination. It is deeply concerning that the same material specifications have been used for years, showing no innovation in design or climate resilience, despite escalating disaster intensity linked to climate change. My recommendations to the department: the NDHS must transition from crisis management to disaster prevention, integrating climate resilient planning, drainage systems, and fire break infrastructure into informal settlement upgrading projects. Establish an independent monitoring and verification mechanism, plus possibly through the Office of the Auditor General or CSIR, to track every rand and every kit distributed under the Emergency Housing Response Fund. And lastly, develop a national rapid response framework with binding turnaround times where failure by any province or municipality to act within 48 hours triggers direct NDHS intervention and possible financial penalties. And you know, if it hits the pocket, that's where people will start taking accountability. And this is something that we all need to practice. And I mean, we know when it hits the pocket, people will do what they need to do. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the delegation.
Thank you very much, DDG.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the honorable members. Let me start with the questions raised by Member Magagula. Chair, we are working on the nitty-gritties of what we want to implement at the end of the day. So the specifics that the honorable member is asking for, I may not be provided at this stage. But we want to make sure that we train as many as possible of the CLOs, and we will then train all the ward councillors. We want to make sure, Chair, that every member in every area in the informal settlements, particularly the ward councillors, they are trained, they know what to do, they know when to respond and how to respond, they know how to report the incident when it has happened. They also are quick to work with those CLOs and be able to verify, prepare the beneficiary list, be able to give an indication in terms of what has happened, but not only for reactive purposes, Chairperson. Members would have noted on the presentation, I can't recall the slide number, where we are actually talking about the disaster mitigation. And on the disaster mitigation, Chairperson, I think this question, this response will also talk to what has just been raised by Honorable Abada. On the disaster mitigation, which is on slide 18, Chairperson, we are we are going to actually work and align our plan, which is a disaster preparedness plan, with the National Disaster Management Center. And the reason for us to want to align to that is because they are responsible for coordination of disaster management in the entire country. The district disaster management at district municipalities coordinating all local municipalities, as well as their provincial disaster management center, who is coordinating the district and local municipalities. They report to the National Disaster Management Center. Now, this is where we want to be and be part of that coordination as well in terms of our responses. So if our plans are aligned to their plans, ultimately they are aligned to the provincial ones and they are aligned to the district ones in terms of how to respond, the turnaround time, what needs to be elevated to the department at a national level and what needs to be elevated to the provincial department. We have also, on that same slide, Chairperson, we spoke about the geo-mapping, where we have scanned not all the existing, but out of the 4,075 that we had initially planned to geomap, so far we have managed to do that for more than 3,000. We want to know where they are. How are they structured on the ground? Can the transport be able to move around? What is the possibility of one shack catching a fire and then it transfers to the rest of the areas? So that's why we're talking about reblocking, which is what the members, the information was brought to the attention of the members in Northwest to say currently what we are doing to settle the communities that have settled them differently in those informal settlements. We're busy trying to settle them properly, creating space in between so that at least then they are safe, to be able to create space between them and the road so that the response to disasters is seamless. Transport can be able to move in quick and move out in the event of disasters. So we are also busy with that, which is part of our proactive program that we are activating, Honorable Abada. And then there is a training which Honorable Magagula spoke to, which is what we want to train. We are going to also go beyond the borders of training just the ward councillors and CLOs. We also want to train the traditional authorities. Obviously, they will identify within their communities members that should be trained because disaster does hit those areas as well. And we're going to geomap their areas as well, as I indicated, as part of our proactive program to make sure that whenever they want to settle someone or allocate a stand, they know that within the area that they are responsible for, 8% of that, they can't settle anyone because it's prone to disaster and they can only utilize the remainder of that. But currently, they don't have that intelligent information to be able to make the correct decision when they settle their people, but also for development purposes. And lastly, to partner with EPWP on that program. So we have started, Honorable Abada, to look at things proactively and make sure that we are not always reactive in as far as that is concerned. The second part on the side of Member Magagula is in relation to the consequence management. I think we're looking at two things when it comes to the allocation of the conditional grant. One, we have the allocation with regards to, we have a challenge where you find that particularly metros, they would use the conditional grant for maybe to pay salaries. There was an instance where one of the metros did that and there was consequence management. They forfeited the next allocation because they've used the money for what it was not intended for. Then you will have instances where the metros as well as the provinces would approach the national department to say, yes, you have approved our business plan to do X, Y, Z. But currently we have pressure points still within human settlements related projects. We want to then forego this project and go and unlock that other project. If we unlock it, it will then yield this result and that result and that result. And on the basis of that, after we have assessed and we have convinced ourselves that it's the right way to go, we will then give them an approval. Recently, just a quick reminder, honorable members, when we were in Northwest, the MEC did indicate that they have approached the department, they've made a similar request, and it was clear that the MEC is still expected to engage the communities where there would be delays in terms of providing them with the expected projects, because then they have to prioritize another area, especially with the bulk infrastructure. So there will be those acceptable instances in terms of the business plan adjustment, but there will be these other instances where money is utilized for something completely different, which is not supported by the existing prescripts, and that we have acted in one of those metros that actually conducted themselves in that manner. Chair, we do welcome the recommendations and proposals that are made by Honorable Abada, and some of them, like I said, we have started working on them. We have started putting together the plan, and we will be finalizing it soon once we have engaged with the National Disaster Management Center. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are you fine, Honorable Magagula?
Yes, Chair, I'm fine.
Honorable Abad, are you okay?
Yes, Chair, but just one comment to DDG. Thank you for the education part as well. You know, I'm always on about that, that we need to educate. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dutebe. Honorable Dutebe.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I was trying to switch from one device to another, so you called my name just at a time when I was doing that. But nonetheless, I will try and show my face. I don't have the same challenges, Honorable Dlamini, of what I'm right in my office. I took a shower, so yeah, solidarity with her, condolences, whatever. That was just on a lighter note, Chair. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to thank the Minister in absentia and indeed the DG and DDG, everyone else accompanying them. Greet you, Chair, and my colleagues and everyone else on the platform. And thanks very much to them once again for very honestly and comprehensively responding to all the sometimes or somewhat very difficult questions that members have posed. Of course, it is our job to do so. Chairperson, I'm making this remark because ever so often, the engine rooms of Parliament, that is portfolio committees, sometimes are dismissed flippantly by some among us or within society as, you know, not useful, not being capable of holding the executive to account, etc. But I think with this particular portfolio committee and several others, of course, in Parliament, we have demonstrated that the trias politica doctrine, or separation of powers, as some would call it, does work to the extent that as a cohort of public representatives and as a collective of leadership in the portfolio committee, we bring enough pressure to bear, constructively so, on our national executive, which of course more often is represented by ministers, their deputies, the DGs, and everyone else below them. And I have seen the extent to which we are capable of doing this when we were on oversight in KZN, in the Free State, in the Western Cape, and lately, just this past week, in the Northwest itself. So I'd like to say that it is something that we need to take very seriously, and that is augmented by these questions that members have. Having said so, Chairperson, I just want to go straight to the issue that you raised in your opening statement when you, opened the meeting this morning. That is, with regards to the Marang estate development. We all know that that matter is in the hands of the NPA, but it, to some extent, has been resolved insofar as the return of the parcels of land which were fraudulently ceded to the developer there, who we are told paid only about 5 million rand, when HTA, I think, paid 145 million, and the municipality contributed an additional 54 million. You could tell, Chairperson, from the frustration of the mayor in Mahikeng that because of the centrality of that particular development, he would like that area to be worked on as of yesterday, particularly insofar as it also has some transboundary benefits for the Northwest because of their proximity to Botswana in that part of the province. So, Chair, I'd like to know, and I'm just going to ask general questions, the rest of the members have asked very specific questions based on the presentation. Now, the 14 million rand, which we are told is a cost pertaining to the security of the place, how does the department hope to resolve that? Because in the settlement, I think that was reached, it was said that between the department, the HDA, and the municipality, there must be agreement as to then who takes charge of the parcels of land, etc., so that development can then take place. We are happy as well that prosecution has occurred. We hope that there will indeed be consequences for those in our own entity and those in the municipality. We are told they've since resigned or something to that effect, who then will ensure that that particular issue of the 14 million rand, we are told the curator said it was for security, is addressed, because I do not see it being addressed, or rather the development going ahead, unless it is addressed. Of course, there are other side issues, such as the establishing the structural integrity of all the units that were built before they can commence with the project once again. That's the first one. Now, with regards to the piloting that the DDG referred to in the Eastern Cape, I just would like them to then make it make sense in terms of the budget. And we welcome that innovation. It's a very good one, so that we don't always become reactive with TRU structures. You saw what happened when we were out in George and other places, where people were very unhappy with the quality of the structures. And you also commented about the cost, how much it costs to do that relative to your ordinary BNG unit. So how is it going to unfold? Let's assume that this experiment becomes successful, and it's something that can be replicated right across the country. How is it going to be done so that, of course, we don't have that staged accommodation of people from being struck by disaster, then they can go straight to their BNG units or any other similar units, just so that it makes sense to me and the colleagues. Chairperson, the one for with regards to the unspent funds, DDG says while the Western Cape government did not spend that money on TRUs, it nonetheless spent it within the fold of human settlement, but that wasn't very clear to me. The immediate question that arises from that is that, having reprioritized or redirected the funds elsewhere within the envelope, if you like, of human settlement, what happened to those that were intended beneficiaries for relief as far as the TRUs are concerned in the Western Cape? Because I do think that there must still be consequences there, because those people will emerge at a later stage in the form of protests or whatever, because they would have been struck by disaster, but then nothing happened. Now, the last one, Chairperson, with regard to the questions that I wanted to ask, is what then is going to happen? There has been, so far, the DG has considered, and so has the Minister, that the Northwest Province is overly committed, and perhaps it wants to accelerate the delivery of all blocked projects. What's going to happen to slow them down? Because we had a situation where even one contractor made it very difficult. She did not stay within the formula 531, so that for every 5 foundations, there could be 3 wall plates and then 1 completed house, of course, subject to verification by the NHBRC, etc., to enable them to enable the department to unlock the funds. So their situation is not quite the same, but to some degree, I think is similar to that of the Northern Cape, which front-loaded funds, and DDG Dumalisile says, she'd rather not even think about that. And sometimes it shows that we may be quite overzealous in trying to address basic needs of our people, but we may very well be doing what a person's immune system does when they are attacked by COVID, which then unleashes the so-called cytokine storm, which damages the lungs, and the patient dies from that. So it's something similar to that. So yeah, Chair, I think if we could just do that. Lastly, Chairperson, with the work that we have seen, challenges notwithstanding, whether it's with the Mawiga 4 or Slovo Park or a DL Pan where people were struck by a disaster and had BNG units built for them. I'd like to say when the minister, and I think the DG and other senior executives do sit in that meeting, when the minister convenes MINMEC, it is important that, the department, together with the provinces, continue to communicate, because South Africa is replete with so much misinformation and disinformation. And somebody has decided, we'll just bombard these people with misinformation and disinformation, because they don't take the time to analyze whether this is true or not, especially with in the age of deep fake, with the use of AI. So we need to continue communicating this, and that would include, Chairperson, challenges such as what we saw, I think it was in Tswaying, where one project where there are 38 units was not included in the business plan of the province. How could they have missed that? It means we've got to have profiles of communities and these being updated from time to time, particularly in the context of illegal occupation of land, because that one can happen overnight, and within a week you have 1,000 or more structures on a piece of land. So, Chairperson, those would be my questions and comments. And lastly, Chair, this cannot be overemphasized. The issue of, planning within the framework of the One Plan district development model. Our very own DDG is a technical champion of DDM in the Northwest and Gauteng. And where we went, Chairperson, you saw there were challenges with sewage, or maybe a lack of capacity in terms of wastewater treatment works. And in, I think, one of the municipalities there, where the mayor is a female, there is no budget for bulk supply of water. The network is there, but people are unable to get water, and it creates a whole series of challenges for the community and for the municipality. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm also requesting to please keep my camera off. I won't be long. No preambles on my side, but simply 2 questions. Can I just ask for the DDG to indicate when, for each of those particular provinces and municipalities, when those allocations for the emergency funds were made to the provinces and the municipalities? At what stage of the financial year were those allocations made to those particular places? Secondly, I requested the report on the Eastern Cape TRU investigation and to have a complete picture of that. I see the presentation is very general. Can we just get an indication when that particular audit report of TRUs in Eastern Cape will be made available? It's the third time that I'm requesting that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DDG.
So, just a quick clarity-seeking question for Honourable Mpiti. I think the very first question, Honourable Mpiti, were you asking about the funds allocated? Are you referring to the new framework, or are you referring to what I presented in terms of what was previously allocated and they didn't spend? Honourable Mpiti, through you, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Mpiti, can you clarify?
Yes, no problem at all, Chair. I'm referring to the slide that is on. I'm just trying to see what page it is, but it's the slide where we were given the Eastern Cape, or Tambo, Western Cape, City of Cape Town, Northern Cape. So my question is really to ask when, in those particular financial years, were those particular amounts allocated to those provinces, as in when they were actually received within the financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DDG.
Chairperson, thank you once more for the questions from the members. Let me start with questions and comments from Honourable Ditebe. Excuse me. The Marang social housing matter, Honourable Ditebe, just a quick one. It's not HDA, it's SHRA. It's a social housing, the program itself, or the project rather. Yes, it is correct, Chair. Initially, this was meant to be a mixed development, as the mayor had indicated. So you would then have different housing typologies, and that's why he's very concerned it would be different housing typologies with all the social and economic infrastructure and facilities there, which would then be a good actually bridge between what they already have in town and beyond town, and that serving as a middle in between, which would be a new development. But unfortunately, this happened, and it's a very old program, which was in 2016. The honourable member is correct. You have 3 role players in as far as this program is concerned. You have SHRA, you have the province, and you have the municipality. Previously, in terms of the conditional grant, there would be a responsibility of the province with funding and the roles that they will play prior to the consolidation of the conditional grant for the social housing program. So at that time, they were equally responsible. Now, let me give a scenario in terms of the normal practice, and then we'll go back to the 14 million in terms of the current situation. And I do need to hasten to say to the members that I had not briefed the DG in detail. I think I gave him just high level in terms of some of the challenges we came across in that area, and we had not had an engagement with SHRA. The DG had engagement with them on other things, but not particularly on this matter. What would normally happen is that once a site is allocated, either SHRA or the province has appointed a service provider to construct a unit or units on that site. Now, the site becomes the responsibility of the service provider up until it is handed back or handed over to either the province or the municipality once the project has been concluded. In the event where there are disputes in between, and whilst the parties are still in the process of resolving the dispute, the site still remains the responsibility of the service provider. Now, this is a peculiar situation in considering that the service provider or the developer is no longer on site because there were illegalities that occurred and irregularities to the extent that NPA had to come in. So he is no longer the responsible person, which therefore leaves the province, the municipality, and the developer in this case who has funded the program, which is SHRA. We are going to engage SHRA through the DG just to get an understanding of who exactly is supposed to be responsible for this 14 million, because yes, the mayor was correct and the MEC at that time on site that the site was supposed to have been guarded. It wasn't supposed to be left unguarded. Given what has happened there when we were there, the fact that now there are illegal occupants of that site. So, Chair, afford us an opportunity that we engage with SHRA, with the province, with the municipality, National Treasury, because SHRA has escalated the matter to National Treasury, considering that NPA was actually, the forfeiture unit had actually decided to hand over the land back to government without prescribing as to who between the two parties, which is the province or the municipality, and SHRA has escalated the matter to National Treasury, requesting that that land be handed over to them because they would still want to conclude with the program. Now, the chairperson did indicate in his opening remarks that you would want to, the members would, or the committee would want to be appraised on all the block projects relating to social housing. We will then factor in the Marang matter chairperson to be able to account for it in fully, including the issues that have been raised by Honorable Ditebe, if I am allowed to leave it at this point, chairperson. The piloting of the permanent solution as a response to the disaster, Chair, what we are looking at, and when we engage with the DG as the champion, or who the person who's championing this, because then the DG no longer wants us to actually continue with what Honorable Poole raised, that we provide the TRUs, and in some areas then the people stay there forever. Remember, as the national, we have a responsibility to respond to disaster. Now, because we will be providing a permanent solution, which the province would necessarily provide post the provision of the TRU, we are intending to look at two processes of funding these structures, the permanent structures, as a response to the disaster. One, we will make our part available, which is the quantum of the TRU, because ordinarily we would have responded with a TRU. The province will then top up the balance that gives you a BNG, because post the TRU, they would have been expected to erect the permanent structures. So the two entities will then fund that program. We provide 97, they top up for the 187 of the structure, then the balance the province does actually provide for that. And we are intending to have those service providers who can give us 10 or more than 10 within a week or 2 weeks, and we know that we are able to resettle the members who would have been affected by those disasters. On the issue of Northwest overly committed, I think I won't touch on that. Chairperson, in your closing remarks in Muretili, you did indicate that at some point you would want the national department to work very close with the province and ultimately to come and present to portfolio committee. So I'll leave it at that, with the understanding that at some point in time, we will then come with the province to present what was raised by the chairperson in the portfolio committee during that time. The minister has responded to that, and the DG, they have actually responded to that. And I think the DG went to town to indicate that in actual fact, things were slightly different from where we are now. What the picture the members are seeing is far much better than what used to be, but nonetheless, we will then present an account. Honorable Ditebe, yes, you are correct. I think, and I think this is the reason why the member Lamini and member Abada did raise the issue of reporting and escalating the disaster incidents, because it does appear from time to time that there is no proper communication or enough communication. We do have at EMT, and we will put emphasis to that. In the EMT, sorry, not the EMT, in the MINMEC, we have the MECs. We also have the MMCs of human settlements from the metros. We will emphasize the matter of communicating so that everyone is aware of what needs to happen as and when the disaster hits. Honorable PT, we will have to provide you with that information. I don't have it at hand at this moment to say exactly when did we allocate it during 2018-2019. But we will then make that information available as to whether it was in the first quarter, second, third, or last quarter. We will respond to that. Chair, I think the one on the TRU, Eastern Cape TRU AG audit report, I will then leave that for the DG as and when he gives the concluding remarks, then he will touch on that one, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. DG?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Just to indicate that at the last meeting, Honorable Mpiti had raised this matter of the report, that the audit report, in as far as the Eastern Cape TRU is concerned. And we did report that first we had awaited the conclusion of the audit process, and that secondly, this report, we were utilizing it for basis of the internal disciplinary processes. And I had asked Chairperson in that meeting that we ask for your indulgence that we be allowed to finalize on the charges and serve, and when our approach and strategy in terms of dealing with the case is done, that we are able to supply the committee with a full report. I again reiterated our commitment to disclose it in full, and the fact that we had disclosed it to the AG in full, and that notwithstanding the ongoing case, we had not wanted to prematurely compromise our case by having the documents public prior to the process of OD Aldaram being fulfilled. And I would again request that we be afforded the opportunity. We are at the cusp of finalizing the serving of notices, as well as that the presidency has responded, have given us a initiator in the proceedings, and we are now, just yesterday, the department had briefed the initiator, so we are almost at the tail end of that process, and we will gladly supply the report before the committee. This report constitutes key evidence in the process we are involved in the disciplinary processes of the officials concerned. So that's why last time I declared that we are not opposed at all, and the delay shouldn't be misconstrued as our reluctance or non-interest in the submission of the full audit. We are prepared to disclose it in full, and we will indeed share it with the rest of the committee in that regard. So that will be that, Chairperson. Thank you. We have taken the other recommendations by Honorable Abada, by Honorable Ditebe, by Honorable Poole, as well as Kehakilwe to heart. We will indeed take those forward, and we will incorporate the recommendations into the review process we are busy with at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Ditebe, are you fine?
Chairperson, yes, thank you very much. We will await the results in respect of the questions we have asked. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Mpiti, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think we are done with that item. And we want to thank you, DG, and your delegation, the DG, for your presentation. And we're going to release you so that we continue with the rest of the meeting. But before you leave, DG, we were supposed to have there's a request from one of the members of the committee for an urgent attention to an item. We're supposed to have included it today, but we're going to include it in our next meeting about the Western Cape issue, City of Cape Town, the court order to evict tenants. I think there was a letter, Secretary will clarify. There was a letter sent so that we can be briefed of this this one. Secretary, has the letter been sent to the Minister and the DG's office?
Good morning, Chairperson. No, I will send it today because I just received an approval to add the agenda item on next week's meeting. I will share now with the PLO's chair. Thank you.
All right. So that will form part of our meeting for next week, Wednesday.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Gamede.
Yes, Chairperson, thanks. I also, there is a complaint that I received. I sent it to the Secretary. I was hoping maybe if we can also squeeze that one in, because I so wish that it can receive the what you call.
Yeah, communicate with the Secretary. She will do the necessary arrangements because she's not the only one deciding. She must talk to her seniors for approval. Because remember, we have an approved program. Just communicate with the Secretary, and then we take it from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chairperson. I've sent it to the Secretary. Please do, Secretary, share with the Chairperson and also send it to them because it's a matter of urgency.
Okay. I see the hand of DDG.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. I think there was a matter, Chair, that you raised at the beginning of the meeting in your opening remarks regarding Messipeng and the construction that's taking place there. Chair, unfortunately, the HOD is still investigating. She has confirmed, she sent me a message to say they are not responsible for the construction as yet. So we will then, through the office of the DG, communicate with Secretariat once she has provided the outcome of her investigation on that site. This is with regards to Messipeng for Mawiga 4. Thank you, Chair.
And the city of Tshwane, I think they are also responsible. If you can talk to them, just to quickly check what's happening. Thank you, DDG. Secondly, DG, I'm going to suggest that, like you said, maybe we need 3 weeks for you to prepare yourselves together with Shra. I think the last 2 meetings of November, Secretary, if we can focus on this issue of blocked projects, Shra, Northwest, Free State, and KZN, those are the provinces that we did oversight. And you remember we had a meeting with MECs, all MECs in Gauteng, concerned about block projects. There are three or four issues the committee is concerned about: block project, issue of beneficiary list, the management of beneficiary list, issue of title deeds, and I forgot the other one. But if I'm just preparing the DG and your staff and the office of the minister, that we might.
Sorry, Chair, mud houses and asbestos.
And asbestos, yes, and the issue of asbestos. So the committee is concerned about those 4 issues, and we want them to now, starting with block project, the DG has said in 2 or 3 weeks, so maybe the last 2 weeks of November, if we can look at the report of the Northwest, the report of Free State, report of KZN, and specifically Shara on their block project, like we saw in Northwest Free State, and so on. And maybe the last meeting of the year, DG, or the first meeting of next year, Secretary will advise us with the program. We can look at the issue of HDA. I might be wrong, but where I'm sitting, I don't think we are utilizing HDA fully. Maybe we can reposition it. I don't know, but we'll hear from you to reposition it as a developer of choice. I know we are saying it's a developer of choice now, but I don't think we are correct to say that if you look at this thing. So if we can just be ready with that information, so that when time allows and opportunity comes, we're able to brief the committee on all of those. DG, am I making sense?
You are, Chairperson, and we welcome the directives of the committee, and we will indeed follow suit on the program of the committee as is being revised. We would certainly honor the obligations to come and brief the committee and account relative to those matters. We welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you for your time. We want to thank the minister in absentia. I think she showed us her commitment to this portfolio committee. Unfortunately, she's also acting in another position, which is demanding water and sanitation. So pass our gratitude to her, the Deputy Minister, yourself, DG, DDG, and the rest of your staff. We can release you, and then we'll continue with the report, the BRRR report, which we can deal with quickly because members are expected to go to Parliament. If we can deal with the 2 remaining reports quickly. First one, BRRR, Content Advisor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just flag it.
Yeah. But it was sent to members. You don't need to go sentence by sentence. Just highlight, and we take it from there.
Okay, Chairperson. Let me just... I think it's this one. Yes, it's shared. Chairperson, good afternoon, members and colleagues. I'm going to present the BRRR, but I think I should first start by saying, in terms of the structure, we in the BRRR, you have the introduction, you have the mandate of the committee, which is known, and the mandate of the department. the objectives of the department and the purpose of the BRRR, its methodology, and the policies that need to be aligned to, which is the NDP, the MDTP, and the strategic focus of the department. And inclusive of that is what SONA also directed the committee to do. Chairperson, I'm counting all these things. I'm looking at these things so quickly because I want to quickly jump into what is critical in the main, which are the observations of the committee and the recommendations of the committee. Here, Chairperson, there are also the performance of it speaks to the performance, what the entities achieved, and the department and what and the entities. This is the budget, and this here speaks to the performance of the department per program. And I also want to move to the human settlements entities, which also details its achievements. Chairperson, for the sake of time and in view of the fact that members might have should have seen the program, I just want to jump into the recommendations by the committee into the observations of the committee and the recommendations, starting with the recommendations after the reflection by the AGSA. In terms of the human settlements sector performance overall, all the standardized indicators were prioritized. The overall the sector in the overall achieved a service delivery size with 7 out of 9 provinces contributing to the achievement, which translates to 67% of the total of the delivery of BNG houses, and of course taking into consideration that they are delayed projects. 75% of the provinces did not achieve the target of the title deeds registered due to lack of effective coordination to register the title deeds. The executive authority through the MINMAC structures must also intensify the monitoring of the timely delivery of these key sector targets. What was then recommended by the AGSA was that there should be monitoring of the progress of the key recommendations made to ensure progress and ultimately its implementation, to also monitor the adequate consequence management processes that need to be implemented in the portfolio to create a culture of high performance and accountability, and monitor the filling of vacancies in the portfolio to ensure that institutions can perform and deliver on their mandates and address the repeat audit findings and implement, of course, consequence management. The observations, Chairperson, that were made by the members, in fact, by the committee, are as follows. I'm just going to give a summary of them, but critical to that is that the first observation was that the HDA turnaround story, which was demonstrated in slides 23 and 24, demonstrates that the sustained leadership stability and proper governance structures directly translate into clean audits and improved service delivery. The contrast between the previous financial year and the current financial year is that it provides a concrete evidence that accountability ecosystem functions very well when leadership is stable and consequences are enforced. An example is made that the human cost audit findings are was starkly illustrated at the Matati and age 39 case study where beneficiaries waited for 15 years for houses, and 250 beneficiaries can no longer be located, and the residents are living in structurally defective homes with visible cracks. This transformed to abstract audit findings, Chairperson. Members were also concerned as to the concrete steps to be taken to improve oversight and quality controls in the delivery of infrastructure projects. This includes dealing with houses with structural defects, I should add, and bulk infrastructure. Members were also concerned that the AGSA has given the City of Cape Town a clean audit, and that there is a case of an alleged tender of about 500 million rand that was awarded fraudulently, not frequently, fraudulently, and that is before the courts. I think I'll correct this, fraudulently, and that is before the courts. Members also expressed concern about the progress that is being made regarding the eradication of asbestos. The AGSA reported poor performance of human settlements or entities such as CSOS, NHFC, PPRA, with repeated findings despite audit plans being in place. Seemingly, there was no consequence management implemented. Challenges were also observed in the digitization of digitization of housing beneficiary lists and the manipulation and its manipulation during the BNG, the allocation of the BNG houses. The Department of Human Settlement enlisted CETA services as an implementing project. However, CETA has failed to meet those project requirements. The availability of land and the necessary bulk water and sanitation infrastructure enable the department to provide BNG, but some municipalities are struggling to provide this infrastructure. Several provinces have been struck severely by the natural disasters, leaving many communities devastated, homeless, and hopeless. Chairperson, I'm just going to look at the committee was also concerned about why other provinces were not using the housing needs register. They were concerned about the failure of the department to investigate the NHFC lease contract. They were concerned about the poor spending on the ISPUG by provinces and municipalities, and the fact that the Eastern Cape and the Free State owe the HDA up to 3 million. And what steps we're concerned about the steps that the department have taken or the HDA that has taken to recover such funds. They're also concerned about the projects, many projects that are incomplete or delayed, and the concrete steps taken to ensure accountability. Also concerned about the total cost of the road shows that the PRA had undertaken. On the recommendation, the first recommendation relates to enhancing shareholder compact framework to include audit outcomes and consequence management, and provide quarterly updates on the implementation of the audit action plan. Provide the report on the Eastern Cape temporary relocation investigation. The portfolio committee should also mandate the quarterly progress report, specifically tracking the filling of critical vacancies across all entities, with particular focus on CSOS, SHRA, the NHBRC, and PPRA. These reports should include the timelines for permanent appointment versus continued reliance on acting officials, and B, impact assessment showing how vacancies correlate with repeated audit findings. C, the consequence management for delays in recruitment. Leadership instability is identified here as a root cause for poor outcomes, yet for poor performance, so to speak. Given that only 4 of the 9 provinces use the National Housing Register, and it informs only 7.1 0.81% of the housing approvals. The National Department should immediately develop and table a mandatory national housing needs register utilization policy with enforceable compliance mechanism. And this policy should include standardized beneficiary prioritization criteria, integration requirements between the housing needs register and the HSS, quarterly audits of beneficiary allocation fairness and the consequences for provinces using alternative methods that create risk of unfair allocation and fraud as evidence should be considered. So the entities led by the department will have to report quarterly on the implementation of the HSA action plan. The department must also establish a tribunal within the human settlements dedicated to deal with the recovery of funds and irregular expenditure, and blacklist the defaulting contractors and ensure that repeat offenders face disciplinary or criminal action. There are many, Chairperson, I'll just summarize them. Here you're looking at the provision of a report on the utilization of the upgrade of the ISPUG by provinces, the provision of a progress report on the title deed registration and acceleration program, looking at the expenditure of SHRAD, how should it improve the expenditure and training budget to reach 90% plus utilization, to address also the ICT security configuration vulnerabilities. You're looking at the NHFC board that should finalize and implement their turnaround plan for their strategy session, which should include revising the executive contracts to ensure clean audit outcomes and consequences for non-compliance. I'm going to jump to the NHBRC. That the NHBRC must complete lifestyle audits for all staff with focus on its inspectors. This should include.
Sorry, Bello, please mute. Opello Pacha, please mute. Continue, content advisor.
Yes. I was saying the NHBRC must should complete audits for all its staff with focus on inspectors. This should include strengthening of a records management function and development of related policies and procedures. The completion of this professionalization of inspectors should be by the 31st of should be done by the 31st of March 2026. This should be coupled with, accompanied with the implementation of the digital services program to improve accessibility and visibility. Regular audits and the provision of relevant training programs will guarantee effective financial management for service delivery. The monitoring of spending of grant funding by optimally using the prescripts of the district development model so that all spheres of government are held accountable. And that we should ensure that the establishment of tracking and monitoring system to prevent misappropriation of funds in housing projects, as well as controls to reallocate and adjust budgets if a project fails to meet the expected performance benchmark. Assist spheres of government with the National Treasury application for rollovers, and encourage the development and implementation of recovery plans. Chairperson, it was also recommended that the centralized management of emergency housing fund should be relooked and so as to track on the decision taken by the MINMEC to devolve the services of TRUs for effective service delivery during disasters. going to jump share. We're going to the committee also recommended that they should discrepancies and misalignment should be addressed of housing needs register and the housing subsidy system to ensure integrated planning across the entire value chain of the housing portfolio, and ensure that consequence management are implemented thereof.
Jump to the conclusion.
Yes. The conclusion is as follows, Chairperson, is that it is the submission of the committee that the implementation of these recommendations would positively respond to the objectives of the department and its entities, the NDP, and the lives of the people. Recurring challenges observed would be resolved as swiftly as possible if accountability regarding these recommendations could be forthcoming from all the entities within the sector, and to ensure the realization of these objectives at specified timeframes. The committee should conduct its oversight on specified intervals. In addition, Parliament should track the implementation of these recommendations by the executive. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. There is a report, honorable members. Are there additions before I call for adoption? Honorable Poole, Honorable Pity, quickly. Honorable Duterte. Honorable Poole, quickly.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very quick. I want to put a few alternatives from my side as well. Regards to ground reality VS paper progress, the Department BRP RRR paints a picture of stability and progress, yet oversight visits to Northwest and Gauteng revealed a housing crisis defined by abandoned sites, Stella Gedulspark, Moratelli, sanitation failures, Della Rayville, wasteful expenditure and poor contract management, no intergovernmental coordination between municipality, province, and entities. The committee's oversight findings show that official performance reports do not reflect on the ground realities. Communities continue to live without basic dignities despite budget having been allocated years ago. Quality assurance and NHBRC accountability at Bloomer Project Lab testing revealed only 30% strength, far below NHBRC's required 70% standard. This raises serious questions about the premature payments for non-compliant work, weak NHBRC inspection oversight, lack of consequence management for contractors and officials. Here we can call for a forensic audit into Northwest Project certified by NHBRC inspectors during 2023-2025, and demand for compliance certificates to be expeditiously issued. Leadership and consequence management, chronic failures in project oversight stem from vacancies, weak leadership, and lack of accountability. Projects delayed for years. Example, Marang and De La Rayville show no consequence management. The department continues to underspend on personnel while citizens remain without homes. At the DA, we can reiterate our call for lifestyle orders for all NHBRC inspectors and senior officials managing high-value projects. Fiscal discipline and debt recovery, the housing development agency as it might be achieving a clean audit and alluded by our researcher, burdened by 300 million in unpaid provincial debts, mainly from Eastern Cape and Free State. This undermines its financial sustainability and continuity of housing projects. We can call for the Treasury and DHS to jointly establish a binding intergovernmental debt recovery mechanism to safeguard the agency finance. 300 million is a lot of money. Innovation and value for money, the committee has visited to the Eric Molobi Housing Innovation Hub, highlighted the potential of alternative building technologies to deliver faster, stronger, and more affordable homes. Yet provinces continue to rely on outdated methods that drive up cost and defects, abounding the constitutional right to dignity. The continued suffering of residents in De La Rayville Extension 7, who had been using grey wastewater to plus
Chair, on a point of order.
To cover the cake, represents a violation of Section 26 of the Constitution. Funds were allocated years ago, yet not a single sanitation upgrade has been implemented. We need to encourage for an immediate forensic investigator into sanitation, budget, allocation, and implementation delays in Delarivo. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Poole. Honorable Mpiti.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes. Oh, Honorable Dlamini.
Yes, Chairperson. I was actually rising on a point of order when Honorable Poole was on the floor. I don't know whether we're giving declarations or we're just going to adopt the report. I don't know why Honorable Poole gave a declaration on behalf of his political party, because now we are either amending or adding additions to a report. But for us to be subjected to a declaration of a political party is completely out of order.
Okay. I'll listen again.
Chair, that's not the declarations.
Honorable Poole. Honorable Poole, I didn't recognize. Please raise your hand. You'll be recognized. I think I will re-look at it. I think to an extent, Honorable Dlamini is correct. But let's continue. Honorable Mpiti, quickly.
Thank you. Just in regards to the observations, I'm just concerned that there's no coverage of comments that were made to PRA. Those comments really related to the Fidelity Fund, the FFCs that were being the plea that was being made to PRA was that they really need to ensure that they really fast-track the issuing of those FFCs so that property practitioners are not compromised in terms of being able to be licensed to do their jobs in that particular sector. I don't see that particular point. We also spoke on principal educational upheaval for principals in the particular sector. And there was a commitment on their side that they would be able to, ensure that they assist principals in the particular sector. So really, just those 2 points as it relates to PRA. There was also a point on CSOS as it relates to the OMBAT. And that that there would be some form of commitment to do some form of working through the job description so that they can address the high turnover of the part at CSOS. I think that was something that was fundamentally important. And then just lastly on the NHFC. I think it must be clear that there's 2 investigations, one being the public protector investigation and the one being the National Treasury. I think those just need to be emphasized so that we're able to understand that when those reports come, that we are receiving 2 reports from 2 different places so that we are very clear what type of forensic reports we're referring to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you captured them, Intended Advisor?
Yes, I'm capturing them. I'm writing it.
Honorable Dithebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just allow me very quickly to go back to what Honorable Dlamini raised. It did indeed sound like a declaration in the sense that while there may be 1 or 2 points that may have been omitted, it was a very long list which really amounts to a declaration in the sense, of course, we will still have an opportunity in the House. Having had sight of the report before coming to the meeting, I actually thought that members would have made their contribution in line with what has been omitted or maybe incorrectly stated. So I think the chair must then guide us on that particular one. Chairperson, just a few quick cosmetic things. I don't know how it works with the content advisor here. I'd like to suggest that somebody above him, more like a researcher, senior researcher, should then quality assure the document just in terms of the flow and everything. For example, one would have noticed some errors where there's supposed to be, say, reference to serviced sites, then it's typed service sites. And then in terms of bullets, there's punctuation at the end of some lines or sentences, and there is none in the same list of points that are being made, and things like repeated finding, I think it's findings, and also the State Information Technology Agency, you must remove the uppercase S, because then when you refer to CETA, it must be, let's say, maybe CETA's program or something. It will be an lowercase s with an apostrophe. We cannot exhaust that at this stage, except to make an appeal that whatever program is used here in Parliament to edit a report that is proofreaded for syntax, for grammar and stuff like that. So I thought also on the issue of the 4 provinces, whoever reads this document 5, 10, 20 years later should be able to know which specific provinces. Because if you just say so many 4 provinces and then you mention what they did or did not do in terms of the allocation of funds or grants, then the reader will not be able to know which specific provinces you are referring to, because we live in an age where people distort information, and they may very well use that ambiguity to distort the information. So those would be my points, Chairperson. But the last one that I think we spoke about was the litigation by property practitioners against a provision in the Act that establishes the Property Practitioners Authority, which provision in the Act speaks to BBEE, and we know that there is Sakelicha and NIASA, which are challenging that. Remember when I asked the question in one of the meetings of the Portfolio Committee, the legal representative of legal advisor of the department said the department per se was not involved. They support the PPRA in challenging that litigation, but the department is not one of the parties in court on that particular matter. Nonetheless, they support, they said, the regulatory authority. So I would suggest that be added to the extent that it's a matter that I personally have raised, because it does indeed have implications for us, because we know that we want social justice, we want observance of fundamental human rights. So for some of us, broad-based Black economic empowerment is not an act of injustice, but it is consistent with the preamble of the Constitution and every other part of it that accords with what the preamble of the Constitution seeks to establish, insofar as we recognize injustices of the past and we want to heal our land. So I know other parties feel differently, but I think it's a policy of government at this point in time. So that reference to the PPRA being supported must be put in here, because I know personally I have raised it on several occasions when these entities, in particular the PPRA, appeared before us. Other than that, Chairperson, as I said, with your guidance, then we can deal with the other issues as raised by Honorable Dlamini in response to Honorable Poole. And yeah, on that note, Chairperson, I think that's fine, but please, our content advisor should always find a way, there's always somebody that can help, so that when a report of this nature is put before Parliament, it is free of all these errors that I am talking about. Certainly, you can use Grammarly, you can use DeepSeek, we can use ChatGPT or whatever. I don't know whether you can use Grok for that, but the software, Chairperson, if you cannot do it manually as a human person. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I think that was the last hand. Content advisor, have you captured the contributions?
Yes, Chair.
And also the advice that you need to relook at the grammatical errors. Honorable Ditewe, if you can assist with those programs so that our content advisor is able to do that.
In fact, what is happening, Chair, I think it was because of time pressures. What should have happened is that I should have taken to a peer to actually look at that and then bring it to me. We call it a QC process. So I did not take it for a QC process to a peer or to a colleague to actually look at it. What is going to happen now is I'm going to take it to a peer so that he looks at it and then I respond to those issues.
Please.
Yes.
And with regard to the issue of Honorable Poole, I think Honorable Poole was more on the oversight to Northwest, which is not an issue that was discussed as we were looking at the annual report. And indeed, Honorable Poole will still have the opportunity to reflect on that when we do declarations in the House, or even when we discuss the Northwest oversight report. I think some of the issues he raised were not discussed in that meeting when we were considering the annual report. Let's leave it at that. So that opportunity will still arise to talk more about what we saw in Northwest, or as part of the declaration of the BRRR. Can I now call for a motion to adopt the report? Honorable Ditewe.
Chair, with your intervention, I move that we adopt the BRRR. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can I get a second?
I second, Chair. Member
Seconded. Any party that reserves their right? Anyone reserving the right?
Thanks, Chair. We would like to reserve the rights. Thank you very much.
DA reserves the right. I think that's the only party. Thank you very much. Thank you. The report is adopted and DA reserves their right. Can we quickly move to the next report? Next report, Secretary.
It's a Chair.
Yes, content advisor.
Okay, let me deal with it as
we also take it as read because you have sent it before. Can you summarize and emphasize wherever there's a need for emphasis?
Okay. Come to share here. Oh. Chairperson, once more, this is the draft report of the of the workshop or the gathering we had attended at VNA Waterfront in the Western Cape from the 27th and from the 22nd to the 23rd of August. Chairperson, the executive summary basically summarizes everything that is in the report. And however, I will also the report I've also sketched it as follows. You've got the context, the reasoning, mainly the people who had attended, the members who had attended the report, the thematic analysis. Oh, nakuvela into engamelanga ivele. The thematic analysis that that were dealt with during the report, basically what transpired. But Chairperson, for the sake of time, I request that I be allowed to look at the executive summary as it touches everything that the report, that the event was about, that on the gathering served as a critical nexus for activists and community organizers, policymakers, and members to confront the enduring crisis of the urban land dispossession in South Africa, which was regarded as a defining feature of this year's gathering, as a defining feature of this year's gathering. It was the intentional and impactful. It was the intentional and impactful of presence of political office bearers, which included members and other members of the society. This basically shifted the dialogue from a theoretical critique to actionable and collaborative problem-solving kind of a situation. The discussion delved into the deep-rooted nature of urban injustice, tracing its lineage from the colonial and apartheid spatial planning to its modern-day manifestation through the finalization, through finances and gentrifications. The key outcomes of this gathering included a stark analysis of policy shortcomings, the gendered impact of dispossession, and most significantly, a series of tangible solutions that co-developed between the civil society and state representatives. The gathering concluded with a clear mandate of achieving urban land justice, which requires not only protesting exclusionary system, but also actively co-creating inclusive cities through sustained and accountable partnership between the state and its citizens. Chair, let me jump to the recommendations of the conference of the conference. It basically, the recommendations looked at the overhaul of public participation and the court design policy, the audit to the protect and the utilization of public land for common good, the reform of the land use and challenges, the challenge of speculative practices, the implementation of progressive fiscal and accountability measures, and ensuring that a human response to the housing need is realized. It was concluded that the urban land justice successfully created a rare and a necessary space for synergistic action. It also highlighted that the struggle for urban land is a struggle over history, identity, economics, and power. And this year, it actually for this year, this year's iteration proved that the path forward should involve contesting exclusionary systems with the state, not just against it, but the energy should also be coordinated and with a robust monitoring and unwavering political pressure on to ensure that promises made are realized with a tangible change for the city's marginalized residences. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Not all of us were part of the conference, but those who were part of the conference, can we check whether everything is covered? I don't see hands. Can we accept the report? Those who attended, can I get a motion to accept the report?
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Makakula.
No, I move for the adoption of the report.
Thanks very much. Can I get a seconder? Only Honorable Ditebe, Honorable Gamede, Honorable Abada, and second, who were part of the discussions. Can I get a seconder? Honorable Ditebe?
Chairperson, I hereby second the adoption. Of course, we must not include the freebies, that is the HDA jackets. Ne?
Okay. Thanks very much. The report is adopted. We're left with 25 minutes. Can we deal with the minutes in that time? Secretary?
Okay, Chair. We start with the minutes of the third of September. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you. Scroll down.
Okay.
Yeah, the minutes, colleagues, they were sent to you before. You can indicate where you want to make corrections. Any correction? I don't see any hand. Motion for adoption? Anyone moving for adoption of the minutes?
I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Honorable Makakula moving.
I second for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Seconded. Is there an alternative view? None. Let's have the second set. Secretary.
Yes, Chair.
Can you fly the second set of minutes?
Can you see, Chair?
17th of September.
Yes.
Yes. Can we scroll? There it is, honorable members. Can I get the corrections, if any? No corrections. Can I get a motion for the adoption of the minutes? Honorable Dutebe.
Chair, I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder? Can I get a seconder?
Second, Chair. Betty Kiragila.
Honorable Kiragila seconded. An alternative view? Nothing. Let's get the third set of minutes.
Okay, Chair. October, Chair.
Minutes of the 8th of October. Scroll down. Scroll down. Thank you. Meeting agenda at 18 hours. Are there corrections? Don't see any hand. Can I get a mover for the minutes?
Hi, Chair. I move.
Honorable PT moving for the adoption. Honorable Abada.
I will second, Chair.
Honorable Abada seconding. Any alternative view? Nothing. Let's go to the last set of minutes.
Okay, Chair.
Minutes of the 9th October. It was a continuation. Scroll down. Scroll down. Meeting agenda at 14 hours. The corrections, amendments to the minutes.
Mr. Dutebe,
Honorable Dutebe.
Chairperson, thank you. Can I just go back to page 3? I suspect that Honorable Abada's last name may have been misspelled. Okay, go back. No. To page, what page is that? 3. There's right. Keep on going. Keep going slowly. Keep going. Again. Keep going. Yeah, you see, as the SZ Abeda. Is she in the meeting, Chair?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, yeah.
She missed it.
Yeah, she's taking note of that. I know her last name better than she does. Thank you.
Yeah. We don't want to get in there. We don't want to enter. Okay. With that amendment, can we get a motion for the adoption? Honorable Abada.
I will adopt, and at the same time, maybe I'm changing my surname to Ditewe. That's why I'm not taking notice of it being Abada.
Yeah, I can see that. Honorable Abada moving. Can I get a second? Any seconder?
A second, Chair.
Honorable Magagula seconding. An alternative view? Nothing. Minutes adopted. While on this one, I understand, Secretary, but remember we said let's try by all means to attend to minutes while they're still fresh in our minds. I think yourself and the content advisor will have to work overtime to make sure that we do deal with them while still fresh. Any announcement, Secretary?
No, Chair. No announcements. It's only that the meeting for next week will have an added agenda where we will be meeting with the City of Cape Town and the Department of Infrastructure on the issue of communique. That will be an added agenda for next week. And also that, Chair, the approval has been received for 3 members to attend the CISOs in Daba starting tomorrow and Friday. So 3 members are attending, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And I think committee members don't have a problem with those issues on block projects. If we can start looking at application and when can we have that meeting. The DG has requested that if we give them 2 to 3 weeks, they'll be ready to present about the block projects. So if you can work on those ones, starting from today, so that we don't have last minute disappointments. Having said that, honorable members.
Dr. Chair, Mr. Ditebe's hand is up.
Pardon?
Mr. Ditebe.
Oh, Honorable Ditebe.
Yeah, Chairperson, I must say this before your closing remarks. I'm so disappointed in Honorable Dlamini. I thought she would make some announcement about Brazil.
Okay.
Chair, I'm asking for your protection.
You are protected, Makazi.
Thank you, Chair.
Without Makazi. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thanks very much for your time. The meeting stand adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Don't leave the Chair. Thank you so much.
You touch Makazi, you touch me.
Thank you, Chair.